I found this crap in the car. Says Ozempic. Maybe it'll help me clean up my act. Let's give it a whirl, man.
What the fuck did this Ozempic do to me? What's going on with my body? Where are my gains?
I found this crap in the car. Bros, I panicked. I just picked up something called Ozembulk. Had to cross 3 borders and bribe a guy with beef jerky for it. This better work. Not sure what happened, but I just caught my shadow looking thick. We're leaving the Ozempic timeline, boys.
Bros, I think I went too ape shit on the food. Oh, shit!
Well, this is false advertising. Place says lick a chick. I thought it was a strip club, but they just sell chicken. Still got myself 2 breasts, though. Well, this...
Hey, everyone. I hope we all enjoyed that little jaunt down Bigfoot Lane. I really enjoy the Bigfoots, man. They make me giggle. Yeah, starting a little early tonight. I might try to move to 9 o'clock at night, just in case. I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. It seems like maybe 10 o'clock's a little too late. Then I conflict with some other people because Joe usually streams around 11:30. So, and I can't go later than that. I mean, I could go longer, but I can't start at like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. That would be insane. So we're gonna try a few things and a few different things. Maybe I'm gonna try to stream almost every day if I can, and that way it'll be regular, and it'll be somewhere between 9, 10 o'clock, maybe 11, somewhere. I'll try to get it in there and try to just get the time locked in. What works best. But let's want to just thank everybody who's here. Please remember to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Leave a comment, on the video. Participate in chat. But if you leave a comment in the video, let me know what you like, you don't like. I can try to, improve. Always looking to improve and make it better for everyone. Better experience for everyone. There is a goal tonight. As usual, 20 super chats of any denomination, and I will extend the show past the normal 2-hour time limit to 4 hours or longer, depending on how long it takes to get through all the stories I have. I actually didn't get through all the stories last night, so I have like about 5 or 6 stories that we're gonna get to that were from last night, plus all the ones from tonight. So, but first, I'm gonna start with some breaking news stuff that's important type of stuff that I want to get to's here. So here we go. This basically what's been going on is there's some like insurrection type stuff happening in California these days. So here we go. Protesters clash with ICE as they conduct an immigration raid across a marijuana farm in LA. It appears tear gas and smoke bombs were thrown into the crowd. Helicopters, police officers, ICE agents, and military vehicles are at the scene. So here, we're going to watch this little video here. And there's no sound because it's a helicopter taking the videos. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, Future Conflict is a great channel. I'm real big fans of theirs. I'm a mod on their channel, and really like Scott and Joe and Watcher and Miss Stan. I haven't seen Stan that much lately, but like to see Stan some more. Yeah, great guys. Go to Future Conflict, check them out. Oh, hey. It says, my ability to stream 45 hours is quite impressive. Many times you listen to me and fall asleep. Oh, thanks. And then wake up and I'm still going strong. Well, I try. Last night I just wasn't like I think I went almost 4 hours last night, and I was like I just wasn't really I don't know. I think I was coming down with a cold or something, so I had to give it up. There's some crazy stuff happening, right? They're just breaking down. I mean, it's nuts, man. That's some serious stuff happening. Yeah. They should throw bombs at the marijuana farm. They should have thrown zigzag rolling papers and chocolate instead. Up in smoke. I need a therapy session, man. That's great stuff, Cheech and Chong. It says, I live 15 minutes away from this location. This indoor farmer used to grow tomatoes that were sold to Westlake Village Costco. I'm betting the Mexican cartel sold greed to this farmer into growing marijuana, so that's why you see so many protesters. It's all controlled by the cartel. This location is remote. No housing or shopping centers for random people showing up. I think our government should be wiped out them. Yeah, maybe. Got the head off the snake. All right, let's go. And, link number 2 on the same breaking pink-haired protesters are ramming Mexican flags into the tires of U.S. military vehicles and smashing the flagpoles against the windows amid an immigration raid at a cannabis farm in Camarillo, California. Idiots, arrest them. Let's see.
This is happening at Wood and Laguna, and you now see the military vehicles advancing despite those protesters trying to make a stance and trying to stop the military vehicle from continuing on. And there's cameras rolling, cell phone cameras rolling, and this group of people are really trying to get this military vehicle to stop, and it doesn't appear that it will.
Calling that a military vehicle is kind of forward. I mean, yes, it's operated by the military, but I mean that first thing is it's just a Humvee. So the second one is like a half ton.
I don't want to see anyone get hurt, but again, you see this grouping of military vehicles advancing towards.
If that person sticking that flag in there should be shot. Stopped. That's the question. I think I was.
And now we see that there's some water or something else being thrown at some of the military vehicles driving by.
Why would they throw water? That doesn't make any sense. And this person that keeps jabbing at him with the flag, that's aggravated assault. That's a spear. There's a point on the end. They charged people with. I wanted to remind everyone that on January 6th, they charged a bunch of people with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for having flags and flagpoles, because there's points on the end of the flagpole. So why wouldn't the same apply here? Just saying. Mm-hmm. It's the same video? No, okay, no, that's the other video. Okay. In Ventura County, California, open borders extremists and Mexican nationalists have gathered to attack ICE and federal officials as part of the ongoing conspiracy against the U.S. government. And Eddie, no, ain't playing.
of that is that there are questions as to how humanely this is being handled. Whether these people who are maybe here illegally, but whether they're being offered or can be pointed in the direction of a path to citizenship. There certainly is that criticism. But you also have Republicans at the same time accusing Democrats and those on the left of amplifying this rhetoric against federal agents and ICE agents. So we're seeing this finger pointing.
All right, Julia, we may have to step away really quickly here. The situation at the farm has escalated. It looks like a lot of tear gas and whatever this green smoke is as well. And a protester threw something toward the ICE officers there, but a lot of cars turning around and exiting. So it looks like something happened that forced that crowd to turn and run. Rich, are you still?
Yeah, so as we're listening to the radio chatter down here, the fire department actually had to leave this zone and head back to their where they have set up a command center for treatment for the civilians. And they said that they needed to leave the area because the crowd was starting to get a little more hostile. So for the safety of the fire department, they have left this zone here on Laguna Road. And then shortly after that is when we started seeing the tear gas and the flashbangs and the pepper balls being fired back towards the crowd. But the crowd was also picking up items, rocks, whatever I guess they can find on the ground, and starting to throw them back towards federal agents, which is just going to create an even more volatile situation here between agents and the community members. And they at some point are just going to continue to push this crowd further and further away from.
Oh, that's pretty interesting, right? Some interesting stuff. Just give me 1 second. I gotta type something on here. One second, sorry. I don't know. I keep trying to stream to Facebook and Instagram also for whatever reason, and it's always an issue. Something always is screwed up. I have to in the middle. It's like, oh wait, why didn't it? It's not going out to the public. It's going here. Or it's going. I don't know. So anyway, yeah. So that's interesting, right? So all this stuff is happening in California with these farms. All right, and then we're gonna look at what Doge says. Enforcement of immigration law isn't optional. It's foundational to the national sovereignty. ICE operations in Ventura County are lawful, targeted, and necessary to uphold federal law. They're necessary to uphold federal authority against coordinated obstruction. The chaos instigated by protesters isn't grassroots advocacy, it's deliberate sabotage of border security and the rule of law. When federal agents face violent resistance while executing warrants, it's not dissent, it's rebellion. That's rebellion. National Guard's deployment under Title X authority proves this administration's commitment to protecting officers and restoring order. Detaining individuals who violated immigration statute isn't cruelty, it's accountability. California's failure to secure its own communities forced this federal response. Every raid disrupted, every facility stormed, every agent threatened underscores the urgent need for unwavering enforcement. Lawlessness cannot dictate policy. Facts behind these obstruction consequences are detailed here in this Doge thing, but it's like kind of weird. You have to. Mm-hmm. It says Democrat fundraising platform ActBlue is raising money to stalk ICE agents to reveal their live locations and dox them. Can you believe that? That the ActBlue is involved in this? Mm-hmm. Democrats are the party of foreign terrorist gang members. Right here, see? ICE agents are raiding LA in mass. This is one of them guys, remember, she. Yes. Yes. In mass, without badges, names, or accountability, they ignore city and state leaders. They answer only to Trump, Stephen Miller, and Kristi Noem. So to save America, Save America Movement is launching Liberty Vans. Mobile response teams with cameras, chaplains, lawyers, and veterans will follow ICE raids in real time, film them, and show the world what's happening. This is a radical transparency. It'll cost $500,000 to launch in LA. And will you chip in to help us? So yeah, so these guys are going to run around and interfere with ICE operations. So this right here is conspiracy to impede law enforcement. They should all be arrested. This website should be shut down immediately. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It says right here, Democrats are fundraising to stalk ICE agents in real time while they have seen a 700% increase in targeted violence. They have raised $200,000 through Act Blue. See? So far, they've raised $200,000 through Act Blue. I wonder what it's at now. Nuts. Nuts. Act Blue is a domestic terrorist organization. Incredible how digital campaign was approved. It should be taken down immediately. It should be. Big question is why? What is law enforcement going to do about it? There has to be consequences. This is inciting violence against them. This is inciting violence. They've already been attacked. FBI directly needs to investigate, and if there's enough evidence, ban and bond, he needs to prosecute. This is not political speech. It's sedition. I agree with that. It's insanity. You know, it says he will be one of the first martyrs of the People's Revolution. This is where we are. An unhinged leftist activist named Zohran Mamdani supporter openly praises one of the Texas ICE attackers as the first martyr of the People's Revolution. Wow. And urges others to get on the jury to help them walk. In other words, this revolution means violence, jury tampering, and sabotaging justice. Radical leftists represent the single biggest internal threat this country faces. When the mindset goes unchecked, the foundation cracks. This is one of the shooters that did the
and being held. This is Nathan Bauman, aka one of several individuals that are currently charged and being held with an ambush at an ICE detention center on the 4th of July. I'll call him a hero. He will be one of the first martyrs of the People's Revolution. It was him, allegedly these individuals that took it upon themselves to try to free the political prisoners that are locked in ICE detention centers.
These people are
so
insane.
What can you do about it? Make some noise.
People are insane.
Spread this man's picture, take a screenshot. Talk about who he is and what he did. If you are in North or Central Texas and you have the potential.
Yeah, who he is. He's someone who clearly suffers from some kind of mental problem that he decided to try to ambush armed federal agents outside of an ICE detention facility. I don't see how anyone thought that was a good idea. And these people telling other people to call them heroes and stuff. The road that this leads down is not a road that anyone's going to enjoy. It's like it's a road. The road to hell is paved in good intentions, and these people think they have good intentions, but really they have evil intentions. And so that road's going to be like unpaved, straight downhill to hell.
Potential to be called for jury duty, you need to go. Quit it with this childish bullshit about not wanting to serve on juries. These people are going to need your help. What are we made of, people?
Nanner knows. No, as far as I know, they're still looking for that guy, Song, the guy that they think was able to hide out in the woods and then escape. So I don't know. I have a thing on him I'll pull up.
Those that sit back and lick boots, or those that stand up and defend their community?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The comment section. May the spirits of Chris Dorner watch over them. These people are crazy. They're all crazy. Yeah. Nathan Baum is a hero for them. These people are all nuts. All these people posting these things are. I would think that the federal government.
This is Nathan.
I would think that the federal government would be looking into all their stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And here you got this. That President Trump thinks the suspects accused of planning to assault ICE agents were in some way financially supported. Yes, they're clearly financially supported by Act Blue and Democrats and other people.
In Alvarado, Texas, a few days ago, 10 people wearing all black allegedly set off fireworks outside an ICE office to lure the officers out so they could ambush them, shoot at them. They had guns and vests and two-way radios. Do you think that this was an isolated incident, or do you think there's a national threat of a left-wing militia that is targeting ICE and CBP?
Well, I think you have some very stupid people in the left who have some money that are making it available to these people, because you look at the guns they had, they were brand new. You look at even the clothing they were wearing, it looked like it just came out of some military shop. So you have some very stupid people that If anything ever happened, they'd be the first to go. They don't understand that. They'd be the first to go. They'd be the first ones hit. But there is money being put behind people. When you look at the weapons they have, the newness of the weapons, rifles that just came out and they have the latest model. So there's something going on, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
And what do you think the penalty should be for these people who are, if they are found guilty, for people
Very
who
stiff.
shoot at ICE officers?
Very, very stiff. Very stiff.
Very stiff, like a
long time
stiffy.
in jail. A long time.
Long time in jail.
And
Long
one
time.
got hit yesterday in the neck. And he fortunately, it's going to be okay, but he got hit yesterday in the neck. No good.
No good. No good. No good. No good. All right, yeah. So someone asked about this, so I'll pull this up right here. Said this guy says, I found video of the wanted Antifa gunman Benjamin Song providing firearms and military training to Antifa. Song is considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of being part of the cell that carried out the ambush shooting. And was shot in the neck. So here's the guy.
Today we're going to cover a lot of things, but the first thing we're going to cover is moving with other people around, right? So the first two concepts are going to be fire before flesh and getting online, okay? So if we both need to shoot, okay, here is when we starting a little bit forward.
So that's the guy, the song that they're looking for. And it says the FBI manhunt is underway for the Antifa gunman accused of being part of the shooting ambush on the ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas by the North Texas Antifa cell. Benjamin Song allegedly hid out in the woods for a day and escaped. Yeah, they're looking for this Antifa gunman guy who Benjamin Song is considered armed and dangerous. He hid in the woods for a day after the shooting ambush and while his comrades were caught. So this is him: attempted murder, discharging of a firearm, furtherance of a crime of violence. A major FBI manhunt is underway for Antifa League member of the ambush shooting outside the ICE building on the 4th of July. Benjamin Hall Song is wanted for attempted murder and is considered armed and dangerous according to the FBI. He was arrested at a BLM riot in 2020. There he is right here, all in black, but he's an Antifa member. Police and federal agents were lured to the area outside the ICE building in Alvarado and found themselves fired upon by a group of heavily armed militants dressed in black. Benjamin Song wanted for involvement in serious injury. 32-year-old Asian male last seen in Alvarado. Anybody call 911? 10 members of the cell were arrested. So that's where we're at. They're still looking for him. Insurrection, unhinged insurgents attacking military personnel and vehicles in Camarillo, Texas.
This is happening at Wood and Laguna, and you now see the military vehicles advancing despite those protesters trying to make a
Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey.
Stop the military vehicle from continuing on, and there's cameras rolling, cell phone cameras rolling.
Oh, I forgot.
And
this
group of people.
I want to say thank you to Jules for the $1.99. I'm going to go ahead and drop my 2 cents. Let's go.
Here that it will. It is continuing to push forward, and now the people are moving away from in front of that military vehicle, which is a good thing. We don't want to see anyone get hurt, but again, you see this grouping of military vehicles advancing toward the federal agents further down on the street.
Yeah. Oh, we've seen this. This was earlier. I've seen this video already. All right. They put it, someone else shared the same video. All right. No worries. Yeah. Insurgents confronting federal agents in Ventura County. I think, did we see this already? Yeah, this one we saw too. Yeah. People are now using the ICE Block app, originally created to help illegals avoid ICE raids, to falsely report ICE sightings and force them to clear out a grocery store. So this is funny. An hour ago, I walked into a Walmart near a major city and used the ICE Block app to indicate ICE was in the area. I saw like 40 people leave with nothing. They just left while I perused the produce section near the door. I think I just entered my villain arc. That's funny. You know, ICE should go to places, create the alerts themselves, and collect the people as they flee. Ooh, that's funny. Yeah. Free warfare dogs, psychological media, legal. Sound familiar? Yeah, definitely. Did you see this? I don't know if we saw this. There's insurrectionists, insurgents confronting federal agents in Ventura County. I think we saw most of this. There's someone getting arrested there on the ground. Yeah, I think we saw most of this already. Okay, and then this is even more craziness. So now you got a Biden-appointed judge. So it's just amazing to me that I have trouble pronouncing all these names. Biden-appointed judge Mammy Uwusi Mensa Frimpong has just made a ruling that marks Home Depots, car washes, and other locations where illegals hide as safe havens in LA, blocking ICE from making arrests in those locations. So basically, this judge thinks that she could just say a bunch of places are sanctuaries for illegal aliens. I don't get how this judge thinks that she has that authority. She doesn't. And here's the judge. Yeah. I'd like to change my name. Okay, here's the form. Filler currently name. Then the aliases. I just want to change my name. Okay, put on. All right, but I don't want to pick. The Supreme Court is going to be busy during its recess. The federal judges don't get to dictate executive branch policy. Fox News has learned that an LA federal judge, Mammy Uwusi Mensa Frimpong, Biden appointee, has written a tentative decision that sides with the ACLU and plaintiffs over the Trump administration and will potentially block DHS from carrying out arrests at Home Depots, car washes, etc. in the LA area. Sources have reviewed the tentative decision and tell us her order will block ICE and Border Patrol from relying on race, Spanish-speaking, location, and the type of work when making immigration arrests. Additionally, DHS will be blocked from conducting stops of suspected illegal immigrants unless the agent has reasonable suspicion that there's a violation of immigration law. The ACLU and a handful of plaintiffs sued the Trump administration, alleging they were doing deportation dragnets in LA by making mass arrests that were based only on skin color and race. The Trump administration, DOJ, denies this, saying all arrests are in accordance with the law and based on totality of circumstances, including surveillance, intelligence, locations where the illegal immigrants are known to work or be hired. Judge Frimpong said in court today that her tentative decision is not final. She could change her mind at any moment. She expects to make her final ruling tomorrow. But for now, the case is shaping up to be a loss for the Trump administration, which is undoubtedly appeal once it's finalized. Yeah, no shit. A judge can't tell him you can't arrest people here or there. Can't do that. She has no authority to do that. The ruling will affect the Central District of California, so seven SoCal counties. The ACLU is expected to give a press conference here in downtown after the court hearing wraps up. Let's see.
He's outside the courthouse. Good evening, Bill.
John, good evening to you. That hearing is underway in the federal courthouse behind us as I speak to you right now, and I can tell you Fox News has learned that the federal judge in this case has issued a tentative decision that goes against the Trump administration. That's according to our sources who have reviewed that initial tentative ruling. Now, Fox has told that federal judge Mammy Uwusi Mensa Frimpong, a Biden appointee, has written a tentative order that will potentially block the Trump administration, DHS, from carrying out some of the most controversial parts of its immigration sweeps here in the LA area. In particular, DHS will be blocked from conducting stops of suspected illegal immigrants unless the agent has a reasonable suspicion that there is a violation of immigration law. Additionally, the Trump administration will be blocked from relying on race, Spanish-speaking, location, and type of work when making immigration arrests. Now, plaintiff attorneys argue that as this hearing was taking place, a farm in Camarillo, north of Los Angeles, was being raided by federal agents, with farm workers being taken into federal custody. They said that highlights the urgency of this case. Now, this tentative ruling, which Judge Frimpong says is subject to change, is a win for the ACLU, the city of LA, DOJ, multiple activist groups, and plaintiffs who sued the Trump administration, arguing that their sweeps of Home Depots, car washes, and farms in the LA area were based only on race. According to our producer in the courtroom today, the Trump administration DOJ lawyers denied those allegations in front of the judge, saying that ICE and Border Patrol agents are, quote, not relying on race, period, and adding that they take into account a variety of factors and circumstances when making arrests, including surveillance and intelligence. Again, the judge stressed that this is not a final ruling. She says her final ruling will likely come down sometime tomorrow. This is just a tentative order. She says her mind can change at any time, but the bottom line here, guys, this is shaping up to be what looks to be a significant loss for the Trump administration. They will undoubtedly appeal that loss, but I can tell you the ACLU is setting up for a press conference that is going to happen here within the next hour or so.
Yeah, the ACLU, the American Communist Liars Union is what they are. So, what do we think about that? What do we think about that? Very interesting. Is there anything from Doge in here? Yeah. How many are too many? About the deaths? Way too many deaths. Well, Judge Frimpong worked at the DOJ and Eric Holder and Tony West's office. While there, she was directing corporate settlement money to liberal activist groups. If corporations paid money to these liberal groups, the DOJ reduced the overall amount that the corporations had to pay. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. There was all types of shakedowns going on there. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. And this is her coordinating scam. Yeah, they would sue, and then they would they would tell you, well, we'll lower the settlement if you donate money to these leftist organizations. It was totally corrupt. She was all part of it. Leader one of these liberal groups wrote in an email, I would be willing to have us build a statue, Tony West, then we could bow down to the statue each day after we get our 200,000 plus. Liberal groups were not parties to the settlements. Yeah, it's crazy. Wow. I don't know. I hope they don't slow down. I really do. I hope they keep going, and just keep deporting people. But on to the next story. Here we go. This is,
from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out because I knew every document.
This is from the Alan Dershowitz says the Epstein list does exist, and he's seen it in person.
This is not an opinion. This is a fact. I have seen. Remember, I was accused falsely, and the Epstein. And ultimately, I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else and withdrew all of her lawsuits. And so from day one, from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out because I knew every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose.
Sorry, I didn't see this. I should have saw this before I started the next topic. Trumpinator with $5. Thank you very much, Trumpinator. Trumpinator doesn't like me to get sleep, so he wants to help to keep me awake. He says, if a federal judge issues an order not based in the law, why isn't it just ignored? Well, I think at some point, if they get extremely crazy, you would just ignore them. But there's ways that you could do stuff with this order. If she orders you can't do this, you can't do that. You say, well, we saw them outside of there. We followed, there's different ways you could do it. And you can't really, it doesn't work this way. There's no home base. It's not like you're playing a game of tag or it or whatever you call it growing up, or hide and go seek where you get to home. And then you're like, I'm safe. I'm home. I'm safe. Doesn't work that way. And then he says, do your part to help Jim get to his 20 super chats. He doesn't need sleep. Well, I do need sleep, but 20 super chats will make me stay awake. It's like super chats to me are like coffee or Red Bull.
What I know, but I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
Wrong.
Just out of curiosity,
release the files.
Are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything. And let me tell you, a lot of them are. At least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And the judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them. But they may not be victims. They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction. That's what I've said from day one. I waive any of my rights of privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory, because I know I haven't touched a woman other than my wife from the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even hug people, but I was falsely accused and I was able to prove it. And I was able to prove it through documents. And I want other people to be able to disprove false accusations through documents, but these documents are being suppressed and withheld. This is not
Okay. So that's what he says. So he says he's seen the list and it's there. He didn't say that the people being protected weren't innocent. He just implied that they weren't innocent. I'm tired of implications to get specific. Yeah. Sounds like intention horror. Who's in it? I don't know. We'll see. Here's Michael Schellenberger. He's going to say Harvard Law Professor Emeritus, Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz just now. I know for a fact the documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from the judge in the cases. I can't disclose what I know, but hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong. He just threw a turd into the punch bowl. That's what he did. Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians? But there's both. Everything, Dershowitz says. We know for a fact we saw this. They're being suppressed, protected individuals. I know the names. We saw that. Since for the last decade, the media has been called the idea that America is ruled by secret government, deep state agencies like CIA, right-wing conspiracy theories. Yeah, but we know that's not true. And the lip syncing is messed up. If it's real or not, here's the audio. I've seen the documents, so it's proof that it is. Corrected videos from 3 months ago. He just posted it now. Trump must appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the Epstein files. I agree. Go ahead and do it. Yep. The Epstein case exposes systemic rot. There we go. That's what Epstein's case exposes systemic rot that transcends administrations. While the Free Speech Protection Act aims to curb government censorship, Bondi's contradictory statements, first claiming possession of Epstein's client list, then backtracking, reveal bureaucratic stonewalling at worst. The DOJ FBI memo dismissing further disclosure contradicts Bondi's own admission of tens of thousands of videos showing child exploitation. This isn't partisan, it's institutional failure. Congressional records show Epstein's ties to intelligence figures like former CIA Director William Burns, with visitor logs confirming multiple meetings. The 2017 accosted email gap, the 11 months mysteriously vanished, proves critical evidence remains buried. While Senate 188S's Section 4A1 prohibits federal coercion of platforms, the real test is whether agencies comply. The Constitution grants Congress oversight authority, yet redacted files and classified COVID UAP data shows persistent obstruction. If transparency dies here, it validates every deep state fear. Release the Epstein files fully, no selective scraps, or confirm the swamp's victory over accountability. No administration, MAGA or otherwise, gets a pass for shielding predators or spiking audits. Public's right to know isn't negotiable. That's right. That's right. And this is commentary Charlie Kirk News. I don't know if this is it says commentary account. I don't know if this is exactly what this is. I've looked at it. I don't know, but it says, Epstein list in a seismic overnight event already sending shockwaves through police social circles. A rogue hacker known only as Island Boy has breached the protected internet media server and released the full Epstein associate list. I have no idea if any of these names or any of these things on here are if it's real. I don't know what it is. I'm just reporting what I'm seeing on Twitter. This goes to something else though, so that's why I'm doing this. Full Epstein associate list. Decades in the making, web of names, secrets, and suppressed testimony. Files posted to a dark web archive at midnight EST are said to contain a long speculated list, a roster of individuals connected to flights, financial ties, party invitations, and suspicious silence. The release comes after years of speculation, half leaks, sealed court files, and missing evidence. Island Boy, whose true identity remains unknown, issued only a short cryptic message alongside the files. They buried the truth on an island. I'm just bringing it back to shore. So it says John Connolly, a New York police detective. Alan Dershowitz. If I'm not mistaken, John Connolly, the New York police detective. Never mind. No, that's different. Leonardo DiCaprio, Al Gore, Richard Branson, Stephen Hawking, Ehud Barak, Michael Jackson, Marvin Minsky, Kevin Spacey, George Lucas, Joan Leek Brunel, Kate Blanchett, Naomi Campbell, Heidi Klum, Sharon Churcher, Bruce Willis, Bianca Jagger, Bill Richardson, Cameron Diaz, Glenn Dubin, Eva Anderson Dubin, Noam Chomsky, Tom Pritzker, Chris Tucker, Sarah Ferguson. I think all these names we've heard before. I think this is probably, I think this is all public information that was in the flight logs, if I'm not mistaken. Robert Kennedy Jr., James Michael Ostrich, Juan and Maria Alisi, Jenna Skanaskiak, Bella Klein or Klen, Leslie Groff, Victoria Bean, Rebecca Boylan, Dana Burns, Bill Gates, Ron Eppinger, Daniel Estes, Louis Free, Frederick Fouquet, Alexandra Fouquet, Jojo Fontella, Doug Band. There's a whole list of names here. Oh my God, it just keeps going and going. Russ Go, Fred Go, Ellington Hall, keep going. Klegman, Blay, Listerman, Lyons, Nadia Marcikova, Donald Morell, Jamie Melton, David Mullen, Epstein list. And there's more names. Joe Pagano, Joey Pags. And then it's chief. So it's just more names. Dave Rogers, Taylor, Strong, Stein, Tuttle. So many names. Joe Biden, look at the bottom of the list. Bill, why did they put these at the end? Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Madonna, and Joe Biden. Why do you put those all the way at the end? I didn't see Instead of calling President Trump and his cabinet liars, how about you start funding litigation against these listed? Two presidents' names are listed, Biden's and Clinton's, and if anyone's stupid enough to believe President Trump's name's on that list, 3 words. Oh. Oh, this story was supposed to be somewhere else. How did this get screwed up? My links were in the wrong place. Uh-oh. Okay, so all right, well, we're going to do this real quick, and this is part of the reason. So you got this. It says, Prince Andrew's free to travel abroad as the FBI ends the probe into royals Jeffrey Epstein's links. So this guy's been basically unable to leave England because he was afraid he was going to get arrested, but because the FBI dropped his, there he is with that girl that just died, and Ghislaine Maxwell. This never gets told to you this, but the FBI quietly sealed 478 pages of Epstein's financial records the same week they dropped the probe into Prince Andrew. Why? Because those documents leaked private islands, diplomatic clearances, and a string of charity flights connecting to royal immunity clauses signed in 2001. Yes, the same year the Patriot Act passed. The Epstein case was never just about one man. It was about a global trafficking network shielded by state actors, intelligence deals, and dirty leverage. Prince Andrew walking free isn't an accident. It's a message. This is just the surface. Part 2 drops soon, whatever that means. So let's read the story. Let's read the story from the New Yorker Post. Prince Andrew free to travel abroad as FBI ends probe into royals Jeffrey Epstein. So we're going to read the story. Oh, hey, we're coming up on 45 minutes. I want to remind everyone, please hit the like, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, throw a comment. And after you leave, if you want to throw a comment in the video, let me know what you like and don't like. And if you're interested in a longer show tonight, longer than 2 hours, there is a goal of 20 super chats of any denomination. If we reach the goal before the 2 hour point, we will continue the show past 2 hours for 3, 4, maybe 5 hours. So it's up to you guys what you want to do. So Prince Andrew can finally end his self-imposed travel ban after a leaked memo revealed the FBI is closing its investigation into the royals' Jeff Epstein links. The disgraced Duke of York. He's the Duke of New York. That's from Escape from New York. Has left the UK once in the last 6 years over fears of arrest. Civil lawsuits are being subpoenaed. Now it appears as though the scandal-scarred prince, who has been kept at arm's length from the royal fold, is able to venture out of the UK without fear of repercussions. He has been abroad once since the scandal erupted, a source told The Sun. He has always been very nervous about going abroad and felt he'd always be looking over his shoulder as he could be subject to civil action or, at worst, being arrested. Hopefully, with this out of the way, it means he can at least leave the country, the insider went on. What's he supposed to do with the rest of his life? He hasn't been convicted of any crime. He can't sit around doing nothing at Royal Lodge forever. Prior to his controversies, Andrew was dubbed Air Miles Andy, following his frequent globe-trotting adventures at taxpayer expenses. But his travels came to a grinding halt in recent years, with his only overseas trip being to Bahrain in 2022. Memo leak this week concluded that no charges will be brought against Andrew or any other high-profile associate. Ugh. Well, why not? The investigation also confirmed that there was no evidence that Epstein kept a client list, despite Pam Bondi saying in February that she had the client list sitting on her desk, and Alan Dershowitz saying he's seen the list personally with his own eyes. He has seen it. It is there. The younger brother of King Charles has strenuously denied claims against him and has previously insisted that he has no recollection of ever meeting Virginia Guthrie. There's that one picture of him with her, so that's kind of a problem. In 2022, Guthrie and Andrew's attorneys filed papers stating that they had reached an agreement in principle to settle the lawsuit she had against him. Andrew admitted no wrongdoing, but wrote a letter that he regretted his association with Epstein, who Guthrie claims trafficked her to the royal and other rich, powerful men. So who are the other rich, powerful men? In 2020, the FBI had asked the UK Home Office to assist in bringing Andrew in for questioning, but the investigation was put on hold in 2024 for reasons unknown. So Biden put it on hold in 2024. I wonder why. Andrew's anxiety was kicked into high gear in January after it was revealed that he had kept in contact with Epstein for longer than he initially let on. It emerged that he had messaged Epstein to say that they would play some more soon, an email sent 2 months after the prince claimed their friendship had ended. Proof of correspondence between the pair showed that Andrew wrote to the financier on the same day a photo of the prince with 17-year-old Guthrie surfaced online. Andrew initially claimed he had ties with Epstein, who died by suicide, I don't know, in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking and federal conspiracy charges in December 2010. However, in February 2011, Andrew wrote to Epstein, keep in close touch and we'll play some more soon. Guthrie died by suicide in April. She was 41. There's a lot of people dying by suicide. That's some messed up stuff, man. So who knows? Maybe something's going to happen. There's been enough complaints. So this is a story that was supposed to be in the last story. I'm sorry. I'll have to edit this later to make it make more sense. So I got to jump back to the thing about the judge. Sorry. Los Angeles judge weighs severe limits on Trump's immigration enforcement in California. Democrat-led cities allege Fourth and Fifth Amendment violations, while Trump administration argues arrests follow established law. The judge in Los Angeles is set to preside over a hearing on Thursday. Well, I don't. Maybe we don't even have to read this because it's just saying what she's going to. It says the Biden appointee will hear arguments about whether to grant a restraining order. I'm pretty sure that we talked about, so I don't really need to read this, do I? The case was brought in June as a routine petition for 3 detainees, but it ballooned to a weighty lawsuit challenge the way ICE operates. So yeah, so we talked about this. I guess it should have been there, but maybe it was there. All right, so now on to story number 4. Pressure builds for Musk to ditch third party in favor of backing convention of states. This would be a nightmare. Convention of states would be the most effective way to reform a broken government. I don't know about that. How to balance budget amendment or whatever. So this could be a problem. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah. Elon Musk's decision to create a third party has roiled the political landscape. This is one of the stories that were from last night that I didn't get to. So sorry. But pressure is building on the right to push the billionaire entrepreneur toward a different path to achieving greater spending cuts, embracing the Convention of States movement. Musk has launched the America Party over the 4th of July holiday after passage of President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, arguing that the Democrat and Republican parties are bankrupting America. I think they are bankrupting us, but I don't know that the third party is going to do anything except for empower someone to win. I mean, we saw what happened with Ross Perot. That's all I'm going to say about that. But since then, political figures like Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro and Fox News' Mark Levin have floated the idea of Musk redirecting his ambition of pursuing a convention of states, a vehicle the founders created in the Constitution. I want to float another idea that Ben, myself, good friends of mine have been talking about the last couple of days. Just the News founder John Solomon said on a TV show, rather than Musk go out and create a third party, which will only, as history has shown, us split the vote, probably let Democrats win, and even with plurality in some districts, a better option for Musk would be to put his money and his effort behind the Convention of the States, which is the effort by states to call a constitutional convention. And for the first time since the founding of this country, reign in the federal government, central government with power our founders gave us in federalism. Convention of States have moved the calls for a convention on Article 5. So far, 19 states have called for a convention, which is over half needed to begin. I think you need 38, right? 30, 36, I don't know, a certain number. Maybe 35, 36, I don't know. Of course, we would love to have a huge poke figure like Elon behind the movement, adding that there's structuring problem in Washington, D.C., and Musk is noticing it. Meckler, also co-founder of Tea Party in 2012, a group that advocated for limited government, get spending under control. He tried to change D.C. from the inside. Yeah, well, what happened with the Tea Party? All these people were out there, they were pissed because of, and they elected all these people, and a lot of them ended up being like Paul Ryan, a RINO. Elon could help push us over the finish line. When asked, Rep. Mark Harris Tuesday thought Musk's potential supporting convention state was a good idea. I think it's a good suggestion. I mean, honestly, I think we're very frustrated. I'm a bit surprised he announced he was going to form a third party. If you've been around politics for any length of time, that never ends well. Shapiro suggested Musk back convention states on his podcast. Elon's been talking how he wants to start the party, which I think is the right idea. Convention states, yeah. Ben Shapiro. Elon had some money, and convention states would be essentially designed to add the constitutional amendments for like a bunch of things. Yeah, I try to talk like Ben, but I don't know. He talks so fast. He talks way faster than me. Levin, who's been a longtime proponent of a convention of states, suggested Tuesday that Musk would be wiser to follow that path. He says he encouraged him to read a book, The Liberty Amendments, and get involved in the convention of states. They address many concerns. Third party's dead end, where executive director of Foundation Mike Benz, this idea should be put in front of Musk. Sort of push. I think the kind of content Elon tends to like to absorb, the sort of short video metric or infographic type, would be very helpful. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said on Monday that Musk get involved at the state level in order to balance the budget. Once you hit 34, you can write an amendment that states who are able to ratify it. DeSantis says if you wanted to weigh in on what would work, I mean, he'd have the monumental impact on doing things. We just need term limits for members of Congress. You can do those things. Okay. That's interesting. And then here is someone who's making the counter argument. On why it's a bad idea, from what I can glean. Pandora's Convention. Why Article 5 should remain dormant. Oh, look at that. So we got Ank is gifting one Jim Tells You membership. Thank you very much, Ank. Let's see who got it. We'll go in here and check. Got it. Marlene received the gifted member. Thank you, Marlene. Please thank Ank for the gifted membership. It's very helpful. And just to remind everybody, we are 28 super chats away from our goal. We have an hour and 6 minutes left to reach the goal. So please, if you want the show to go longer, donate super chat. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin want Elon Musk to abandon the America Party and throws considerable influence behind a convention of the states movement. Their message is seductive. Use the Constitution against itself. Outflank the inertia of Congress and restore the founders' vision of rewriting their handiwork. Musk, whose brief tenure at Doge proved is him capable of cutting bureaucratic waste, is seen by some as an ideal champion for the constitutional experiment. But the deeper one looks into Article 5 Convention Project, the more it resembles not a scalpel for reform, but a pipe bomb for the Republic. So, yeah, I think it's risky. I think it's very risky to start mucking about and stuff, because they could take away your They could take away the Second Amendment. They could take away, pretty much everything. You don't want to really get mucking about and have them start taking away constitutional amendments that we have come to rely on. Because nothing in the Convention of States, nothing would be safe. Pressure builds for us to ditch third party in favor of backing Convention of States. We read that article. The convention route, as permitted under Article 5, allows 2/3 of state legislatures to trigger a National Assembly for proposing amendments. This is not mere folklore. It's in the constitutional text. But that text, though brief, is dangerously vague. It offers no rules of order, no agenda-setting mechanism, no procedure for delegate selection or voting, and no clear guardrails on scope. To believe this process could be controlled is to believe that Congress can be counted on to yield its power voluntarily, or that X comment threads produce sound governance. The only historical precedent for such a convention is the Philadelphia meeting in 1787, a summit called to revise the Articles of Confederation. What emerged, of course, was a complete replacement. Delegates exceeded their mandate, rewrote the charter wholesale, and changed the ratification process itself. Madison, Hamilton, and Jay all warned explicitly against trying it again. Madison wrote that a new convention would be attended not by philosophers, but by violent partisans. What? 28? No, what? No. Hold on. Did I set it for 30? No, it's set for 20. It's set for 20. No, okay. You're talking about the Convention of States. All right. No, I think it's 28 states. I thought it was more than that. I remember wrong. I don't know. What are we talking about here? They would use the forum to sap the very foundations of our system. Hamilton and Federalist number 85 called the idea a dangerous gamble. I said 28? Oh, okay. I meant 18. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. You know what? Did I say that? Then I misspoke. 28 would be great, though. But no, 18. Yes, 18. Sorry. Called the idea a dangerous gamble and explicitly disclaimed the wisdom of reconvening the experiment. Their fears voiced at the inception of the Republic still hold. It's my fears. What of the notion that a convention today could be limited to specific topics? There's no guarantee. Or narrow. Who claim their agenda is narrow? Nobody knows that. The commies would get in there and do weird stuff. A balanced budget amendment, term limits, perhaps reining in federal agencies. Perhaps this is fiction, not law. Former Chief Justice Warren Burger flatly declared that no authority exists to limit what a convention may consider once convened. Oh, welcome, new member Jewel. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Right now, you're starting to notice things. Pretty soon, you'll be paying attention. And eventually, you will be able to see the matrix. Congress can call it, but yet it cannot police its content. Delegates would be free to propose whatever amendments they please. A convention, once opened, is self-governing. Like Pandora's box, once opened, it cannot be shut. That's right. It cannot be shut. I don't know why it's hard to do it on the iPhone. It's really weird. It is. It's really weird. I don't know. I've noticed that. Like on your computer, it says join right there, but on the iPhone, it's weird. And yes, you are, Trumpeter. You're in the Matrix, but don't give away the secrets. We want other people to join the Matrix. We want other people to find their way there on their own. There is no Supreme Court precedent establishing that states can limit their delegates' votes. Statutes in places like Florida and Indiana that purport to criminalize rogue delegate behavior are, in all likelihood, unconstitutional. Delegates at a constitutional convention act not as agents of the state, but as agents of the people. They exercise federal authority and therefore enjoy immunity. You cannot both claim a convention is an exercise of national sovereignty and then handcuff its emissaries. That is political and legal incoherence. And even if the convention limits itself to a short list of items, who writes those items? Who drafts those amendments? Who determines the voting thresholds within the body? Will votes be allocated one per state, thereby handing Wyoming the same influence as California, or will it be proportional to the population, given urban-dominated blue states far more say? The Constitution doesn't say. And if you think you know the answer, you're simply guessing. Yeah, how would they count the votes? ratification hurdle requiring 3/4 of the states to approve any amendment is often cited as a firewall. But that too may prove illusory. In 1787, convention altered the ratification rule with the stroke of a quill. They declared that 9 of the 13 states would suffice. Why couldn't a modern convention do the same? Why should we assume a body vested with constituent authority unmoored from existing precedent would feel any obligation to play by inherited rules? Yeah, well, see, Gundam Zig, that's what he just said, is that they changed the rules when they did the Convention of the States for when they transferred from the Article of Confederation to our Constitution. It was supposed to be 10 states, and they changed it to 9 because they couldn't get to 10. So they could do that again, and the Constitution is still good law, even though they changed it. So to be clear, I fully support the substance of reform championed by the Convention of States movement. Balanced budgets, term limits, return to constitutional boundaries are aims I share without reservations, but the mechanism proposed to achieve them is recklessly flawed. The same political movement that argues government is too erratic, too compromised, too corrupt to manage our currency or our borders now wishes to hand it a scalpel and say, perform surgery on the Constitution. Well, good night, Jules. Thank you so much for being here and for all your support. Really appreciate it. This is not courage, it's a misadventure in utopianism. Given the best intentions can be hijacked, what begins as a push for term limits or budget cap may end with a proposed repeal of the Second Amendment, a constitutional right to taxpayer-funded abortion, or an amendment that codifies speech restrictions in the name of misinformation control. California has already signaled its intent. Gavin Newsom called for a convention to introduce sweeping gun control provisions. Liberal groups like Wolfpack have spent years campaigning for a convention to overturn Citizens United. They are not idle threats. These are battle plans waiting for the battlefield. It is no accident that opposition to Article 5 convention spans ideological spectrums. John Birch Society and the ACLU rarely share concerns. On this, they do. The NAACP and Eagle Forum groups, as politically distant as any in American life, both oppose it. Why? Because they see the hazard. Liberals fear a red state coup. Conservatives fear a blue state one. And both are right to fear. The problem is not who gains control of the convention. The problem is that no one can. That's the entire point of the warning. There is a touch of tragic irony in watching the American right, burned for decades by liberal court decisions, now flirt with a process that can turn the judiciary's worst instincts into permanent constitutional fixtures. Conservatives complain rightly that progressives wish to make the Constitution a living document, but what could possibly make it more living than handing it to a mob of 500 unelected delegates, half of whom will be trial lawyers, activists, professors, and technocrats with the ideological axes to grind? Oof. Supporters like Levin and Shapiro, meanwhile, their diagnosis of Washington's dysfunction is correct. The permanent class has no intention of reforming itself, but their prescription is reckless. If the argument is that Congress is too broken to legislate responsibly, then handing the power of an amendment to a convention whose makeup and conduct we cannot foresee is the height of folly. Perhaps most crucially, this entire debate is moot. For now, Democrats control enough state legislatures to block the 34-state threshold needed to trigger the process. No such convention is on the immediate horizon, so why press the issue? Because the temptation is there, and because Musk's America Party, while flawed, at least attempts to reform within the existing structure. The Convention of States would blow that structure apart. Elon Musk is a disruptor, yes, but even as he understands the disruption without clarity, it's just chaos in costume. Constitutional fidelity is not served by constitutional roulette. Good point. The temptation to rewrite is strongest precisely when our institution seems weakest. But those moments demand restraint, not revolution. In a time of crisis, the wise man holds to the mast. He does not burn the ship and try to build a new one mid-storm. That's right. Okay. Now, this is just another article here. It says, America Caucus, how Musk can win without burning down the house. Every man who's been wrong knows the intoxication draw of vengeance, but when betrayal becomes... Yeah, so it's just saying, like... balking at the $9 billion of Doge cuts. Consider what would happen if Elon proceeds with his plan to launch a third-party effort and contest 2 to 3 Senate seats and 8 to 10 House seats in 2026. His goal, noble in theory, is to excise the corrupt. And to compromise from the ranks of the GOP, to discipline a party that's grown fat and lazy on power, and to realign it with people it claims to represent. But if he carries out through a third-party challenge, it will most certainly ensure Democrats retake both chambers of Congress. Yes. What he needs to do is he needs to find people and run them against Republicans, squishes, and target. If he's going to target districts that have Democrats that are going to be beatable with someone good that he can get in. Target Lindsey Graham, target Tom Tillis, target Murkowski, target Collins, but Collins is kind of a waste. But target all those people. Target them, target them for beating them at the ballot box. It's history repeating itself. The record's clear. This is a melancholy familiarity to the tale. Well-intentioned third-party conservatives believing themselves to be correcting the failures of GOP and inadvertently tip scales towards the left. It's happened before. In 2011, New York's 26th district, Jack Davis ran as Tea Party independent. He won under 9% of the vote. The Republican Jane Kerwin lost to Democrat Kathy Hochul by under 5%. 2019, another one, Doug Hoffman. Then 2014, Chip Maxwell. The one, and then they didn't say what happened. They should have. The most important one was Ross Perot. James Buckley's victory in New York Senate. I think we covered this before though. So Mux is a paradox, but he can't do everything himself. He needs to focus on other stuff. So jumping to another story here. I don't know. This is from last night. This is black voter support for Trump is sinking, the polls show. The mainstream media think the views of 10% country are actually the views of 90%. Oh. So we'll read this. We'll just breeze through this. Black voter support for Trump is sinking, polls show. No. What'd you do? Why does it keep doing that? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's according to a study right here. So Donald Trump's approval rating among Black Americans is sinking, according to some of the latest polling, despite Trump making inroads with the electorate in last year's presidential race. Pew Research found that Trump won 15% of the black vote in 2024, up from 8% in 2020. The study noted that shift mainly to do with higher voter turnout in 2024. What? 2020. How can they possibly say there was higher voter turnout in 2020 than it was in 2024 compared to 2020? That doesn't make any sense. It was way more votes in 2020 than it was in 2024. It says Vice President held the edge, a group that was considerably more diverse than those who voted in 2024 as 2020. Study says. Yeah, so, but black voters have been dissatisfied with Trump's presidency. Polls show a Decision Desk HQ average of polls from the start of his term. Trump had approval rating of 44%, a disapproval rating of 44%, and approval of 35%. However, this disapproval rating has slowly started to increase. At the beginning of March, it was around 63%. It's reached 71.5%. The survey of economists conducted between July 4th and July 7th found a dip among black voters for Trump. Found that 50% of black voters approve of the way Trump is handling his job, compared to 20% of black voters who approved of his job handling in June. Since coming to office, Trump has unleashed a tariff war with other countries. Okay, sparked concerns among Americans over price increases back home. More recently, he signed into law sweeping tax and domestic policy bills suspected to add trends. Black people don't care about the debt, really. Nobody does. They care about just the deficit. You got to stop deficit spending. The only way, anything you do, you got to start spending within your means and start paying off the debt. But you can't be focused on, people got to get their own money, and people's got to, get paid for what they do. Black Americans' approval over the way Trump has handled inflation and prices decreased. 16% approval was handling the issues compared to 19 in June, so that's like 3%. So this is within the margin of error. Yeah. A June survey conducted among 1,528 people. So yeah, so that's that's another thing right here. Black voter support for Trump is sinking. Poll show same story. All right, this is related to this the rhetoric, and this is from last night. Also, I wanted to cover this guy. Actually, he might come on the show for an interview with Mike Shelby. I'm trying to get him booked on with Joe or something, but we'll see what happens if he can come on. But here's a quick summary of the events surrounding. It's about that ambush surrounding the ambush. In short, based on the number of weapons recovered, it could have been much worse. It sounds like some would-be shooters chickened out. That's interesting. Would-be shooters chickened out. Interesting. Sorry, looking for some. So, yeah, at 10:57 p.m., 10 to 12 individuals dressed in black began shooting fireworks towards the Prairieland Detention Center. At 10:58 p.m., 2 unarmed correctional officers approached the vandals. 10:59, Alvarado police officers arrived. 10:59, 2 shooters engaged police officers from about 100 to 150 meters, expending 20 to 30 rounds of .556 ammunition from air platforms. At least 1 rifle jams, and the 2 shooting suspects flee to the west. Shortly after, police apprehend 7 suspects in a field west of the shooting positions. Police also find 2 AR-style rifles abandoned in a nearby woodline. Some were wearing body armor, carrying weapons, and had radios. A total of 12 sets of ballistic vests were later discovered in the area. Additionally, a Johnson County Sheriff Office detective makes a traffic stop and arrests 1 suspect armed with a black pistol, 2 sets of body armor, and 1 ballistic helmet. An additional 2 ARs are found in the back seats of the van. The suspect also was carrying a radio. So for the information is found in the indictment. Add some amplifying information in the post below. So here's the Prairieland Detention Center. There's 10 to 12 individuals dressed in all black. I think they've only arrested 8, right? So they need to find some more. 2 shooters fired. They were shooting from here all the way across. Last Friday, 8 to 10 individuals lost fireworks and threw them out. These are the people. We talked about this. By my understanding, police make about 8 arrests within the vicinity of the shooting. They make another arrest 9 at 2 a.m. the following day, and every time apparently this guy fled on foot away from the scene. On July 6th, 6th July, it sounds like the FBI had some cell phone intercepts from a suspect who had left her vehicle parked on the street of another suspect and requested to have a co-conspirator get her vehicle and have it moved. She was concerned about a search warrant being searched out of residence. On the 7th of July, an FBI surveillance team observed 1 suspect carrying multiple packages from his residence to his truck. The FBI surveillance team followed the suspect to an apartment complex and observed the suspect take a box inside. The FBI later executed a search warrant and found that insurrectionary propaganda Antifa material. The indictment ends, although there is at least 1 co-conspirator who has a separate indictment. I'll speak to track his story because there's a lot of loose ends, and I'm betting this is the end of the armed violence against ICE. I see several questions about why the shooters were so ineffective, which is a fair question. They're obviously not gunfighters. It's night, 11 p.m., low light at best, even in the parking lot. Their ARs might not have been zeroed. By the way, do you run a news, organization? No. And yeah. So he said he'd come on. I told him anytime he wants. I stream around 10 at night to let me know. So we'll see if he'll come on. We can talk about it more. So here, I did have this. I did have it. This is it here. It says, I found video of the wanted Antifa gunman guy training. So we saw this earlier. I played it. So I did have this. And this is, we're going to jump to, we saw this about the Antifa guy. This is the guy they're still looking for. Talking about. So we're going to jump to this, this story, news story topic. Jasmine Crockett leads Colin Allred by 15 percentage points in a hypothetical matchup for Texas Democratic Senate primary, according to a new NRSC poll. Crockett's at 35%, Colin Allred's at 20%, Beto O'Rourke 13%, Joaquin Castro at 13%, and undecided at 18%. And this is read more here. This is epic. Please run, please run. This is true law. Democrats are putting performative, buffoonish, intellectual lightweights up for Senate seats would be a chef's kiss to the current state of their party. Mm-hmm. And then we'll do this because we're going to talk about Crockett. We're going to talk about Crockett. It says Rep. Jasmine Crockett believes that federal district judges, not the president elected by the people, should wield the power to dictate national policy. She says that if she were on the Supreme Court, she would compel Trump to comply with her agenda.
Is testing this Supreme Court and every other court because basically they were like, yeah, go break all the laws you want to.
Yeah, how much power do the courts really have? Because kind of what you're talking about, the boldness.
Yeah.
His whole POV kind of is like, F you make me.
Exactly.
Right? It's like,
yes.
Mr. President, you
yes.
have to.
Yes.
No, he hasn't at all. He could be like, okay, you've made your ruling. Now let me see you enforce it, just like Andrew Jackson did. But no, he's been trying to follow.
Have a Department of Education.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have to have USAID. And he's like, F you, make me.
Yeah. And
so how
and
do we
my
make
deal
him?
is
How do we make him?
if I was sitting on the bench, I would make him. He would find out. Do you think that I like that he
How is she going to make him? How is he going to find out? She nuts. Jazzy jellyfish, yeah. White House calls Jazzy jellyfish. Jasmine Crockett has the brain capacity of a jellyfish, and that's the last person on earth to critique anyone's mental acuity, let alone intelligence. Harrison Fields. Representative Crockett claims she's never had a concern about Joe Biden's mental acuity, which she says is more about her judgment than his. If Biden's mental decline is invisible to her, one has to wonder who's actually checked out. All right, stop.
Democrat Jasmine Crockett defended Biden's mental fitness.
I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had a concern.
Wow, never had a concern. Never had a concern. Wow. He doesn't have any concerns about his mental acuity, even with advanced dementia. He's smarter than she is. Please refer to her as Jamson, because she's always jamming something down our throats. Oh, okay. Here's the story of a lovely lady who it doesn't say anywhere in the Constitution we have to have a Department of Education. It doesn't. Jasmine Crockett holds healthy lead in hypothetical 2026 race. Shock poll shows. Democrat Texas Rep. Jasmine Crockett. This is the preferred candidate among Texas Democrat voters to run for Senate. Well, I wouldn't preferred. I mean, she's got 35%, so I mean that's a plurality. It's not a majority. Likely voters formed by Democrat Rep. Colin Allred at 20%. Presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke, Joaquin Castro tied at 13%. Just 18% said they were undecided. I mean, if she could get that other 18% to her, that's 45, 52%. So that would be a win. Because wealthy white liberals reportedly urged Democrats to be willing to get shot. Oh, interesting. Why won't it let me close this out? Anyway, I guess I got to do that, huh? The poll was conducted by the National Republican Senatorial. So this poll was conducted by the Republicans supporting Cornyn's campaign against Republican Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Oh, okay. So who knows if this is even true? The multi-model survey of 566 likely Democrat primary voters was conducted between June 4th and 7th. Crockett is leading the field well outside the poll's margin of error. Well, Crockett's emerged as one of the leading voices in the party. Holy crap, what does that tell you? Well, Allred, who has previously blew through tens of millions of dollars in a failed run against Senate Republican Ted Cruz last November, is the only well-known candidate in the race thus far. He trails Crockett by 50 percentage points in a hypothetical matchup. Spokesperson for Crockett and Allred did not immediately respond for comments. Castro and perennial candidate O'Rourke came up short in previous runs for Senate 2018 and the governor in 2022 are both reportedly mulling runs. The deadline for entering their primary race is the first week of December. Polling is part of a broader survey for a Republican group conducted in 5 battleground states: Texas, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Maine. The group did not survey a hypothetical Dem primary contest in Georgia, which Republicans view as a top pickup opportunity due to the state's red leanings and voters rejecting Vice President Kamala Harris in last November's election. Okay, so yeah, it would be nice if they pick up Georgia. So they got the communist Mandami. Far left Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, who has voiced support for Mandami, is trailing behind Democrat Rep. Haley Stevens within the polls' margin of error. The crowded primary field is laying the groundwork to be a bitter inter-party fight for the nomination. Could bruise the candidate that advances to the general election. Democrat Michigan State Legislator Mallory McMurrow notches just 11% of the Democrat primary vote, but the liberal candidate has never run statewide before nor significant resources in unpaid media. Most left-wing candidates in Minnesota's contested primary also maintain a comfortable lead. Peggy Flanagan, Greg, significant number of Democrat primary voters are undecided about the preferred candidate in Senate races in Maine and North Carolina. I think the Maine governor is probably going to run for Senate. Janet Mills, a former congressional staffer, by 14 points. Yeah. Senator Susan Collins decisively won re-election in 2020 despite Trump losing the state by 9 percentage points. Yeah. But she's probably going to win again. Because Collins is very well liked in that state. People like what she does. She serves the people of Maine. Even though she doesn't serve the Republican Party well, she serves the people of Maine the way they want. So Cooper's reportedly leaning towards jumping into primary. He's likely to face Christopher vetoing a state ban on child sex procedures in North Carolina. Republican North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, seat vacated by Tom Tillis. I have a feeling it's going to be Lara Trump. Hold on a second. I got to look at something. Hold on. I got to look at something. I think I just closed the link by mistake. Where we had down here. Okay, here we go. No, I got it. All right. Maybe it was. All right, so here we go. New topic. It says, for decades, the media dismissed evidence of a conspiracy to kill Kennedy, but new documents show the CIA surveilled JFK's alleged assassin for 4 years, who figured in 6 separate operations. The lone gunman theory is in shambles. The truth will out, says Jeffrey Morley. Smoking gun. In February, Public published a podcast with investigative journalist Jeffrey Morley, author of the critically acclaimed 2018 book Ghosts. The Secret Life of a CIA Spy Master. Since then, Trump administration released evidence that CIA agent named George Ioannidis was monitoring Kennedy's alleged assassin Oswald. On Monday, we posted a response by Gerald Posner. They were delighted to publish Morley's response. Smoking gun. The release of our personnel file of undercover CIA officer George Ioannidis shifts the burden of proof in the JFK assassination discussion onto the government and theoreticians of the lone government. After 2 decades of CIA obfuscation, JFK researchers do not need to concoct a conspiracy theory to explain the malfeasance in the agency and Ioannidis of the 1963 and 1978. Ioannidis filed in a smoking proof that the CIA lied repeatedly to investigators, Congress, and the public about Ioannidis' actions as they related to Oswald and the JFK assassination. Even Gerald Posner does not deny that. Now the burden of proof has shifted to the government and to the CIA To explain how the story emerging from the Ioannidis file, so carefully hidden from JFK investigators for 6 decades, supports the official narrative of a lone gunman. And as Posner is finding out, it's not an easy burden to shoulder. If the Ioannidis file, released by the CIA on July 3rd, had been released on July 3rd, 1964, the revelation the CIA had monitored Oswald for 4 years would have been explosive. It would have radically revised the Warren Commission's conclusion. The lone gunman, it turns out, was not so lone. He was monitored from the very top of the clandestine services. Posner's book said nothing about the Ioannidis, chief of the covert action in Miami, who ran the Cuban student group that generated propaganda about Oswald before JFK was killed. That's because Posner didn't know Ioannidis existed. Indeed, he believed that CIA's cover story that he did not exist. Now that Ioannidis' file confirms that he has existed and deceived congressional investigators, Posner must recalibrate his narrative on the fly with mixed results. Ioannidis' file shows that the CIA lied to the Warren Commission when the Deputy Director Richard Helms testified falsely under oath that the agency had only minimal information on Oswald before JFK was killed. It was more like maximal. A fake DC driver's license indicates Ioannidis did indeed run an off-the-books operation that was not disclosed to the JFK investigators and was hidden from the CIA itself. And my reporting will soon show that Ioannidis' false identity in 1963 was not put into the CIA's database, confirming my hunch that the Operation 63 were taken off the books. The declassified memo shows that Ioannidis was awarded a CIA medal for his handling with the Cuban student agents who generated propaganda about Oswald and for stonewalling congressional investigators about what he knew of Oswald's contacts within his agents. And a CIA official now concedes that he gave a false statement about Ioannidis to the Assassination Records Review Board in 1998. In fact, the new JFK files show Oswald figured in 6 different codenamed CIA operations in his short life, and that his actions were known to and discussed by senior CIA officers just weeks before JFK was left for Dallas in November 1963. Posner does not deny these facts either. He just doesn't talk about them. Someone just went live. I just lost 15 viewers. And you can always tell someone went live. The Ioannidis file debunked 6 decades of deceptive statements from the CIA about his knowledge of the so-called lone gunman before JFK was killed. In response, Posner cites case closed, which fails to explain what we've learned from the JFK files in recent years. CIA's counterintelligence chief James Angleton collected a 194-page dossier on Oswald, an alleged lone gunman, between November 1959 and November 1963. Posner did not know anything about CIA surveillance of Oswald when he wrote his book, and thus, case closed claimed there was no surveillance by Angleton's staff. The Ioannidis file makes no mention of Oswald, Posner points out, which is true, but the CIA personnel file never contains the names of the agents or operations. Posner then denies that Ioannidis was centrally involved in the secret operation that had direct or indirect contact with Oswald. That claim is false. In fact, Ioannidis, Cuban students agents funded by a secret operation codenamed AMSPEL, had repeated direct contact with Oswald in August 1963 and generated propaganda about him, even calling for a congressional investigation for his one-man fair play for Cuba committee chapter. Posner disputes that Ioannidis won a medal for stonewalling HSCA. In reality, the record shows that the award was given for his overall breadth and quality of Ioannidis' service, and no reference whatsoever, emphasis added to the assassination or the committee. The claim suggests Posner neglected to read Doc 6 and Ioannidis documents collected by the Mary Ferrero Foundation on page 3 of 1981 CIA memo recommending Ioannidis for a career intelligence medal, praising him for his handling of the Cuban students and agents who generated propaganda about Oswald. On page 4, the passage about Ioannidis' career appears. So, contra Posner, CIA's recommendations for the medal does not specifically reference his work with the House Select Committee or assassinations, and praises it. And why was the chief of the covert action branch of Miami generating propaganda about so-called lone gunman who denied killing JFK and was killed in police custody? Why does Ioannidis illegally target U.S. citizens opposed to U.S.-Cuban policy? Why did Ioannidis report about his agent's contacts with Oswald? Why did the CIA conceal those contacts in 64, 78, 98, and 2023? JFK investigators were never able to ask, much less answer, such questions thanks to the cover story of a lone gunman. Posner's argument that the CIA hid its actions from law enforcement because it was innocent of wrongdoing or because it wanted to conceal its anti-Castro operations is sort of a talk you might expect from a defense lawyer with a nervous client. So public news readers should keep Posner's pattern of factual errors and reflexive apologia in mind when assessing his sweeping claims. He writes, the evidence is clear. Oswald acted alone, fired the shots, and killed President Kennedy. Forensics, ballistics, eyewitness testimony, and a mountain of corroborating data point to this conclusion. The evidence is rather clear that Posner's confident claims are a bluff, showing his determination to avoid new evidence that punctures the pretensions of his authoritative style. Dr. Don Curtis, a young medical resident who treated the mortally wounded JFK at Parkland Hospital on November 22nd, 1963, testified at the May 20th hearing of the House Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets, now a hale 88 years old. Curtis could not have been more explicit. Are the wounds you observed consistent with the government's conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone? Asked Representative Nancy Mace. No, Curtis replied. Posner's idea of evidence excludes the accounts of dozens of witnesses at the scene of JFK's assassination, including 21 law enforcement officers who thought gunfire had come from the area in front of JFK's limousine known as the Grassy Knoll. Posner did not mention the wire service reporter Merriman Smith, who was in the press car trailing Kennedy's limousine. After gunfire erupted, the press car followed JFK's limo to Parkland Hospital. Smith talked to more than one Secret Service agent and then filed a news report within an hour, which read, in part, some of the Secret Service agents thought the gunfire was from an automatic weapon fired to the right of the president's car, probably from the Grassy Knoll, to which the police rushed. Smith won a Pulitzer Prize for his reporting that day. The testimony, well, winning Pulitzers doesn't necessarily mean it's true. We've learned about that with the Russiagate stuff. The testimony of Dr. Robert McClellan is especially devastating to Posner's claim. McClellan stood at the head of the gurney where JFK was dying. He saw JFK's head wound from a distance of about 18 inches. In an extended 2013 YouTube conversation with a fellow doctor, McClellan could not have been more explicit. The bullet came from the Grassy Knoll. Possible. So here's the story. I'll pull it up. I had a smoking gun. So it's basically they basically, this is what I just read. Yeah. So I don't know. That's what I just read. I can't believe that this wasn't archived better. So what do you guys think? You guys think JFK was killed by the CIA, or do you think it was a bunch of other people? Do you think it is? Oh, look at that. We're at the 1 hour 30-minute mark. We just passed 1 hour 30 minutes. So we have roughly 30 minutes left of the show. Roughly less than 30 minutes left of the show, unless we reach our goal of 20 super chats. We have 2 super chats so far, so 18 to go. I don't think we're going to make it, so I think this is going to be a short show tonight. So 1 second here. Let me look at something. Assassination. He hasn't posted a stream yet, so where is he? Where am I at? Here we are. Okay. Yeah, so we read all this. So, we read all that. So, jump to the next story here. Okay. So, Zelensky's quiet cartel, Ukraine's new class of wartime billionaires. It is tempting, even convenient, to believe that a nation at war cannot also be at war with itself. That courage on the battlefield somehow cleanses corruption in the boardroom. Ukraine, besieged and celebrated since 2022, has won the world's sympathy. Billions in Western aid and a reputation of stoic resistance. There remains a fact that no amount of PR can polish. It remains a fact that no amount of PR polish can obscure. Wow, I went wrong. Why am my words messing up my words like this? While Ukrainians have fought and died, a cadre of well-connected businessmen have quietly amassed extraordinary wealth under the fog of war. Before the first Russian mission fell, Ukraine was already known as one of the most corrupt countries in Europe. Transparency International in 2015 ranked it 142 out of 175 globally. Joe said no show tonight. I talked to him. He said he was going to stream tonight. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe I'll go longer then. I was gonna cut it short. Well, let's see. Well, just hopefully some people give these some. Never mind. Ukraine state has long been a vehicle for private enrichment. What changed in 2022 was not the pattern, but the scale. The influx of foreign aid, loosened controls under martial law, and urgent demand for logistics, arms, and fuel and reconstruction created what economists might euphemistically call a war economy. In truth, it was a feeding frenzy. Oh, look at that. Renee Collins for $1 comes in. So there we go. Now we got 3. So we only need 17 more. Thank you, Renee Collins, for the $1. I believe that's I believe that counts. Let me look. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yep, that counts. That counts. That counts. That counts. Counts. Try to get a longer show. Yeah, I mean, that's people could just, all it takes $20, $1 each, but some people give more, some people give less, but that's why I don't try to make it crazy. I just try to make it so that figure. Now she went for $2. Oh, thank you. That's what somebody did the other night. I think it was Trumpinator, or somebody gave a whole bunch of just single dollars, or someone did a bunch of dollar. Oh, now another $2. Oh my God. She wants a longer show, she said. She decided. Renee Collins wants a longer show, and she's going to get one. In truth, it was a feeding frenzy. Zorka Zetrum, the NZZ prominent Swiss newspaper, recently profiled 5 of the most successful participants in the new economic order. Andrei Stavsnusser, Andrev Kobolev, Alexander Gereg, Andrea Kolendoyek, Vasily Kementrasik. None are household names in the West, but that is by design. They eschew the brain brashness of pre-war oligarchs like Ihar Komuniski, favoring instead the discretion of men who understood the fortune built during wartime requires modesty, at least in public. Oh, here goes what? What do you mean? Oh, here it goes. Did I do something wrong? Oh, thank you. Knows more, please. $5. Thank you. Oh man, let's see. Where are we at? Oh man, where are we at? We're at 6 now. Oh, Trumpinator, I'll tell you what. So now we're at 7. Oh man, people are going crazy. We're getting a rally. We're getting a rally here. Oh. No. Oh, that's better, Renee. Oh my goodness. No, that's not what I meant. Renee Collins, thank you. It's better, yes, thank you. $10, but you didn't have. I'm saying, I appreciate it. Greatly appreciate the $10. It's awesome. What I was saying is that you don't, like I make it any dollar denomination just that way. It would help. People participate. They show me more people would give a little bit of money. Show me they want a longer show, and I'll go longer. Oh, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Trumpinator with another $1 and another $1 from Trumpinator and another $1 from Trumpinator. Trumpinator hates me to have sleep. So, they have carved out fiefdoms in construction, logistics, energy, and agriculture, precisely the sectors supercharged by war. Companies like Epicenter K, co-owned by Gargata, now dominate construction supply chains, selling the cement and rebar used to rebuild what Russia bombs. Kamenetsky has championed industrial parks and innovation hubs, all of which depend on foreign investment and generous public contracts. These men have all found their moment, but one must ask, is it patriotism or is it profit? The answer is complicated. These businessmen have largely avoided the old playbook of Ukrainian oligarchy. They have not purchased TV stations or political parties. They have not funded private militias. This is not benevolence, but strategy. The reins, as the NZZ aptly applies, are held but by President Zelensky. These oligarchs do not need control of the state directly because they are now part of the strategic architecture. Their fortunes align with the state's war aims, at least for now. Consider the case of Andrei Kobolev, once lauded as a reformer for his leadership of Naftogaz. He fought corruption within Ukraine's gas sector and helped win a landmark arbitration case against Gazprom. For this, he earned enemies. In 2021, Zelensky's administration removed him. By 2023, he was indicted on charges critics described as political. That former anti-corruption crusader is now under legal attack, while others closer to the regime prospered unscathed. should give you pause. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, sure. Life is different. Definitely. I'll count it as a 10. What's this say? Don't be hard on yourself, Jim. You're one of the fastest readers on YouTube. The messages about Carmel's dad, messages, I haven't. If you want to, Tanner knows if you, I'll try to pull them up. Let me see. Oh, keep going. There's $1 on Rumble saying to keep going. So I'll have to count that then, I guess, for, I'll have to count that. Well, I guess he's not going to go on. Okay, so I'll look for that in a minute. So this is not really anecdotal corruption, as Freedom House reported. Oh, am I buffering? I don't know. It's back for a minute. There's a marijuana dispensary raid in California. I don't know. I'm supposed to get new internet tomorrow, so I shouldn't have this problem anymore. They're supposed to be putting in my X handle is just it's right here. It's Jim. Why is it not showing us? Hold on. It should come up now. Hold on. Right there. I'm Jim at Jim Satala on X. If you want to send it to me, Nanner knows. If you want to send me that on X, I'll grab it. So, corruption, as Freedom House reported 2024, has metastasized within Ukraine's defense sector. Food procurement scandals, inflated contracts, and bribery schemes have repeatedly made headlines. A Ministry of Defense deal that paid 3 times the market price for eggs, cabbage, and potatoes cost taxpayer millions. At least $17 million was skimmed. The beneficiaries was not isolated bad actors. They were insiders, bureaucrats, and businessmen exploiting the chaos. Such episodes are not aberrations. They are expressions of a political economy in which the power and profit are inseparable. Zelensky has sacked regional military recruitment heads, purged officials, and arrested judges. These actions are commendable, but they also resemble a periodic spasm of cleanup that dictators and strongmen have long used to signal virtue while consolidating power. One cannot fight systemic corruption with selective indignation. Yeah, Jim, Jim. Yeah, right. See, it's right. It goes across the bottom. Fiber optic tomorrow. I'm supposed to be getting fiber. Finally. And the system, let's be clear, is vast. Only 72% of Ukrainians say corruption is a scandal. Second greatest threat facing their country after war. This is not a fringe opinion. It's a cry of recognition. They see what is happening. They know that post-war reconstruction will dwarf even wartime profiteering. The World Bank estimates Ukraine need $524 billion to rebuild. Billion with a B. Who do we imagine will be managing those funds? Who will win the contracts to pave the roads, mine the lithium, sow the wheat? It will be the same men profiled in NZZ and the others like them. Gergeda, Zelensky, Kodylov, and their empires are poised to expand. Land consolidation in agriculture has already favored large firms with political connections. Mineral extraction, especially for lithium and rare earths, is becoming a new frontier. American and European investors drawn from profit and geopolitics are preparing to pour capital into these ventures. Ukraine's new oligarchs are not just surviving the war, they are preparing to dominate the peace. President Zelensky, for his part, has embraced the narrative of reform. His government passed an anti-oligarch law. Zelensky, once his backer, now sits in jail. On paper, this is a rupture with the past. In practice, it's a rotation. The old guard is gone, the new one is in, the rules remain unchanged. Western partners are watching. The EU has tied Ukraine's candidacy to an anti-corrupt benchmarks. Washington demands transparency as conditions of aid. And yet, the reputational gap between the image of Ukraine as a courageous democracy and the reality of Ukraine as a patronage state grows wider by the day. To say that this is to not downplay the horror of the Russian aggression, is not to deny the Ukrainian bravery. It is to insist that the moral clarity in foreign affairs must extend to our allies as well as our enemies. The West cannot afford to conflate a just cause with just governance. To ignore corruption is to subsidize it. To execute profiteering To excuse profiteering is to invite it. Ukraine deserves to win its war. It also deserves a future in which the sacrifices of its soldiers are not cashed in by well-dressed men in air-conditioned offices. If the old oligarchs were swept away by the war, let not their successors be crowned by it. Yeah, so that's a good book. So let me look right now. We'll give me 1 second. I will look for notifications. See if Nanner knows. Follow me. Messages. Message requests. Oh. Okay, I will follow you back, Nanner knows, and then you can tag me in it or something, or send it to me by. You want to send me that link? All right. And this is some good. Well, I don't know. I think this might be good news. I'm not sure. This is the breaking news. The IRS ends the unconstitutional 70-year gag rule, saying churches can speak on politics. For the first time in 70 years, pastors can now legally endorse candidates from the pulpit without risking their church tax-exempt status. What this means. You know, a lot of churches already did this, and they got away with it. But I don't know. Since 1954, the Johnson Amendment, named for then Senator LBJ, banned churches from participating in political campaigns. The result, pastor silence, churches gagged, IRS used as a weapon against conservatives, but not liberals. Until now. This week, the IRS formally surrendered in court. It admitted that the rule violated churches' free exercise of religion and freedom of speech. The court accepted. The Johnson Amendment is now effectively dead. Why it matters. The core product of church is speech. The IRS rule suppressed biblical teaching on moral issues. It was selectively enforced, targeting conservative churches, not left-wing ones. For free speech for thee, but not for me. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on in some churches, just put it this way. Certain churches were able to do a lot of stuff. They basically were able to get away with it. They were never messed with because they didn't want to be called racist. That's the bottom line. Churches can now preach on candidates and issues, educate voters biblically, name names from the pulpit, do it all without fear of IRS reprisal. This doesn't force any pastor to speak politically, but it restores their right and yours to do so. The case was brought by the national religious broadcasters. Their argument, churches cannot fulfill their spiritual duties if they fail to address political issues and inform their listeners how the views of various candidates compare to the Bible. Exactly. This ruling vindicates years of civil disobedience. For over a decade, pastors across America preached political sermons and sent them to the IRS, daring them to prosecute. The IRS never did because they knew they'd lose in court. It was always an intimidation scam. Let's give credit where it's due. Trump pledged to end the Johnson Amendment in 2016. His IRS just did it. His judge made it stick. Another promise kept. Giant win for faith, free speech, and the Constitution. This isn't just about politicizing the pulpit. It's about ending unconstitutional censorship. Scripture speaks to countless issues we think of as political. The First Amendment is designed to protect that. Since it's neutrality, it's surrender. Since silence isn't neutrality, it's surrender. And now it's unnecessary. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people should have tax-exempt status. I think it's a sort of a scam. Okay, look at that. We have 11 out of 20 super chats. We got 11 minutes to go. So we need to get 9 more super chats of any denomination in the next 11 minutes to keep this show on the road, as they say. All right, and now we're going to switch to another story here, which is 6 major medical groups, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, just sued HHS for illegal conduct on vaccine approval, and RFK Jr. is smiling. Why? They just walked into his trap, the one he's talked about for years. Here's the game plan. Before we dive into the bookmark this, save it for when the threat is proven right and RFK removes vaccine liability. That's the real goal. Let's dive in. Unhyphenated comes in with a $2 super chat, says support your local gym. That's right. If you attend your local gym, you'll always stay in shape mentally and physically. So 8 more to go. Lately, some in the medical freedom world have questioned why RFK hasn't already pulled COVID shots from the market. But it's not that simple. If you move too fast, Pharma would hit back hard and win. Instead, he's following careful strategy that he's talked about at length for years. I've got to pull it. It's just going to take a little while. Oh, there's 2 in the ghetto? What? I'm sorry. I didn't know there was 2 in the ghetto. If you could let me know in the ghetto, it doesn't show for whatever reason. For whatever reason, it doesn't show in StreamYard. It does not show ghetto chats. It shows me the regular chats in the ghetto, but not. Okay, I'm here. All right. I got you. All right, I got you. Sorry. It doesn't, you have to tell me you're in the ghetto and someone gives me a Rumble rant. You have to let me know, like say something, someone in the ghetto, regular chat. If you send a Rumble rant, from the ghetto, send a chat, like say, hey, there's a rant or something. Just let me know because I don't see the rants. I just see the regular chats. For whatever reason, that's the way that the rule works. Not the rule. The StreamYard works. So RFK says plainly over and over. There's a rule in federal court called the Daubert rule. RFK has said it plainly over and over. Say you think Coca-Cola made you obese. You can't sue Coca-Cola unless there's at least a critical mass of studies, maybe 20 or 30, that say what it does. Once you get that critical mass, you can go to a jury. Once you get enough science out there, the lawyers are going to come out of the woodwork and they're going to be representing 1 million kids with diabetes. And the company's going to say, we're not going to make this product anymore.
Now, what happens when you have 100 studies? There is a rule in the federal courts in this country called the Daubert rule. And that says that if you believe you got sickened by a product, like say you think Coca-Cola made you obese, you can't sue Coca-Cola unless there's at least a critical mass of studies, maybe 20 or 30, that say that that's what it does.
So it's a liability enhancer.
Well, the judge has to make that decision about whether you've passed the Daubert threshold before he allows you to go to a jury. So in a big case, like when I tried the Monsanto case, I was part of the trial team. The big threshold is, can you pass Daubert? And we had about 20 studies that showed that Monsanto, that Roundup caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And we had mouse studies, we had rat studies, we had animal studies, bench studies, observational studies, epidemiological studies, so a good range of all different kinds of studies that show that once you get that critical mass, then you can go to a jury. And once that happens, the product is through. So when we sued Roundup, we had 40,000 home gardeners who had gotten non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup in their backyards. And the way that you try multi-district litigation, you try one of those cases at a time, right, and one after the other in rapid fire, till somebody says, uncle. You either lose them all and then, you run out of money because it costs a lot of money to try a case, or you win them all and the maker of that product then has to come to the negotiating table and settle it. We won $289 million in the first trial. We won $89 million in the second. The third trial, we asked for $1 billion. We got $2.2 billion from the jury.
Wow, that's amazing. The key, his goal, achieve a critical mass of replicable studies that can survive every legal test. Yeah. Guys are cutting it. So when Pharma finally stands trial, they lose. And when RFK knows how to win in court better than anyone. So what counts as critical mass? Look at the Daubert versus Merrill Dow in 1993. The court protected the pharmaceutical company despite what most would consider overwhelming evidence. Numerous studies numerous animal studies, substantial in vitro data, independent studies, expert testimony, personal witnesses, testimony of harm. In other cases, Zoloft, an SSRI manufactured by Pfizer, allegedly caused congenital heart defects and other birth defects when taken during pregnancy. The evidence presented by the plaintiffs was substantial. Multiple epidemiology studies, numerous animal suggestions, teratogenic effects, case reports, and adverse event data from the FDA's own database, meta-analysis attempting to synthesize the data to argue for causation. Court still sided with Pfizer. Vioxx. Ooh, Vioxx was one, man. Vioxx was one a lot of people got screwed up on Vioxx. A lot of people with Vioxx. A lot of people. Yeah. Also protected under Daubert, even with the bigger trial showed heart attack risks, observational post-marketing data, cardiologist testimony, all thrown out. Mark 1. That's where the lawsuits come in. That's the battlefield RFK just walked into. He knows that he has to prepare for it with military precision. He knows he has to prepare with the military precision. To defeat pharma, you need ironclad, replicable science and multiple other low-level verdicts on the side.
We were told at the beginning of COVID, don't look at any data yourself, don't do any investigation yourself, just trust the experts. And trusting the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy. It's a feature of religion, and it's a feature of totalitarianism. In democracies, we have the obligation, and it's one of the burdens of citizenship, to do our own research and make our own determination. And we're going to give people gold standard science. We're going to publish our protocols in advance. We're going to tell people what we're doing, and then we're going to use data, and we're going to publish the peer reviews, which is never published by CDC studies. We're going to publish anytime that we can the raw data, and then we're going to require replication of every study, which never happens in NIH now. That's something new that we're bringing in, is that every study will be replicated.
Well, that's awesome. Quick break before we okay, she's promoting herself, who she is. Former officials are watching. They're terrified. They know being set up for the mother of all lawsuits. Just look at Scott Gottlieb's face when he talks about it. Former FBI commissioner predicts RFK's upcoming report will link aluminum to autism, causing a whole wave of lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers. Oh, this video must be video must have been taken down. Looks like they're finally scared enough. 6 groups sued RFK and HSS for replacing ASIP members, or whatever it's called. ASIP members. Oh, thanks, Hank. Have a nice evening. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we hit our goal tonight. Got a minute and 40 seconds left to go. We're still 14 away. Not 14, I'm sorry. We're still 6 away. 6 away. It says 12, but we're 6 away because there's 2 in the rumble. So, doesn't look like we're going to make it. Wah, wah, wah. Removing COVID shot from childhood schedule. These groups include the AAP, ACP, APHA, IDSA, SMFA, and the MPHA. But these aren't independent medical orgs. They're no better than pharma front groups funding to push product. Let's follow the money real quick. AAP, $1 million for Pfizer. ACP, up to $1 million a year for Pfizer. APHA, $200,000 for Merck. IDSA, $1.5 million for Pfizer, Moderna, and Gilead. SMFM, $100,000. $300,000 from Pfizer, Moderna, $500,000 from Pfizer, 2020. They're suing RFK Jr. for threatening the bag. Listen to RFK. He'll explain to Tucker why vaccines are one big pharma, biggest cash machines. NIH would create it, design it, and hand it over to the pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceutical company runs it through FDA. Yeah. and then it gets through AKIP, it gets recommended. If you can get that recommendation, you got $1 billion in revenues at the end of the year, every year, forever. AKIP never turned away a single vaccine. There's a gold rush to add new vaccines to schedule.
Nobody understands the risk profile of those products.
How can you do that?
They did it. It's corruption. Okay. And it's because of agency capture. It's because the companies that were making these products said, if you can get your vaccine on the schedule, it's typically about $1 billion a year for your company, because you now have a trap market.
With no downside. You've got an immunity
no downside.
shield.
First of all, the federal government oftentimes actually designs the vaccine. So NIH would design it. They would hand it over to the pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical company then runs it through ACIP, and runs it first through FDA, then through ACIP, and gets it recommended. If you can get that recommendation, you now got $1 billion in at least revenues by the end of the year. Every year, forever. So there was a gold rush to add new vaccines to the schedule, and ASM never turned away a single vaccine. Everyone that came to them, they recommended. And a lot of these vaccines are for diseases that are not even casually contagious. How?
Yeah, it's crazy. Don't worry. Yes, we made it. We made the goal. We're going to keep going. I hope you guys are ready, because it's probably going to go until about 2, maybe 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I hope you guys are prepared for what's coming. I know I am. Hold on. Just kidding. I don't do that stuff. Don't do drugs, kids. Stay away. All right. Every single one of these orgs has financial incentives to defend pharma at all costs. They're not suing for children. They're suing to keep their funding pipeline alive. The administration is an existential threat to the vaccines in America, and those in charge are only just getting started. The professional associations for pediatricians, internal medicine physicians, infectious disease physicians, high-risk pregnancy, and public health professionals will not stand idly by as our system of prevention is dismantled. This ends now. They're terrified RFK Jr. is dismantling the entire system. There's a copy of the lawsuit thing. While some in Maha say Kennedy isn't moving fast enough, Pharma says the opposite. Their lead counsel told ABC, Kennedy has been on a warpath. It's gotten to the point where we're going to ask the court to put a stop to it. This decision to unilaterally overturn the COVID recommendations based on a history of bias, it was an arbitrary, capricious decision. They didn't make an effort to follow any ordinary processes. They know his real end goal, dismantling mRNA itself. It's a high-priority, long-term goal, except for HHS. The rabbit hole is right here. Yeah, we're not going to go through the bird flu thing, but during the bird flu thing was kind of crazy. But we will look at this. We're going to read this story. Why not? Mm-hmm. RFK Jr.'s vaccine policy sparks lawsuit from American Academy of Pediatrics. A handful of leading medical organizations are suing the health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., over recent changes to the federal COVID-19 vaccine recommendations, part of what they characterize as a larger effort to undermine trust in vaccines among the American public. The groups behind the complaint, filed on Monday in federal district court, include the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Physicians, the American Public Health Association. The lawsuit centers on Kennedy's decision to remove pregnant women and healthy children from COVID-19 vaccine schedule in late May. The suit alleges this was arbitrary and capricious and in violation of federal law that governs how these decisions are made. The complaint asks for the court to reverse the changes to the vaccine recommendations and declare them unlawful. The only reason that I could think why they're so upset about this is because it's twofold. Maybe because of the money they get by giving the shots to people if they're recommended. The doctors get a kickback for every shot they give, which is known that happens. And also maybe liability reasons. If they give shots to people that aren't recommended, did they lose their liability shield? Over the past several months, experts have been sidelined, evidence has been undermined, and our nation's vaccine infrastructure is now threatened. Every child's health is at stake. In a statement to NPR, Andrew Nixon, a spokesperson for the Department of Health and Human Services, said the Secretary stands by his CDC reforms. Yeah, I'm starting to think that's one, they're on the take, and two, they're on the take. Lawsuit has been filed in Massachusetts because several of the plaintiffs who have been affected were there, said Richard H. Hughes IV, the lead counsel for the medical groups that's suing the federal government. For example, I think it's in Massachusetts because they know they have some judges in Massachusetts that are insane. And there are, I don't think there's a single Republican appointee in Massachusetts. For example, one plaintiff identified as Jane Doe in a complaint is a pregnant physician who works in a hospital in Massachusetts who says she fears she won't be able to get a COVID vaccine. If she wants a COVID vaccine, no one's stopping her. They're just saying it's not going to be recommended. 42-page complaint catalogs many of Kennedy's actions on vaccine policies, assuming leadership of HHS, including removing the entire roster of experts from the Federal Vaccine Advisory Committee and replacing them with his own choices. Well, James Hodge, a director of the Center of Public Health and Law and Policy at Arizona State University, and is not involved in the lawsuit. Hodge said the case ultimately hinges on the allegations that Kennedy and other leaders of the federal health agencies under his purview violated the APA, which stipulates how changes in vaccine recommendations should be made. Those changes include a process that involves Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, panel whose original members Kennedy booted. The complaint makes a plausible case here that they did not follow proper procedures at all related to ACIP recommendations, said Hodge. That's where the court has to take the case seriously. Okay. So that's that. Well, let's keep going. We're not even halfway through for the evening, folks, just so you know. We're about maybe 2/5 of the way done. Here we go. Seeking to ensure that no president or administration is above the law, Democrats will introduce legislation today to order a watchdog office to monitor the White House staff and executive office of the president. So, yeah, so they want, they're using Adam Schiff as an example. You know, innocent people don't need to be pardoned. So, What's the story here? Oh, hold on. Let me find it. Let me find the story here. Hold on. Where's this? Okay, here we go. I found it. Somehow, I don't know, I keep losing some links. I'm sorry. So here we go. Cheers. So, Congressional Democrats push for a new watchdog to oversee the Trump White House. Oh. Senate Democrats are planning to introduce new legislation to create a new watchdog office to monitor the conduct and action of President Trump's White House and future administration. So for some reason, Congress thinks they're above the president. They don't understand the whole co-equal branch thing. Like, could the president assign people to watch Congress or the judiciary or the other way around? This seems highly unconstitutional. The bill, which was formally announced Wednesday by a group of Congressional Democrats, requires an Inspector General to oversee the executive office of the president. Legislation has been attempted previously, but has new urgency, according to its authors. Inspector Generals conduct important independent oversight throughout the different agencies in the executive branch, but the same is not true when it comes to the president and the White House. There's no Inspector General, said Adam Schiff. Yeah. Huh? That should change, regardless of who's in the office. Schiff said an Inspector General overseeing the White House staff would ensure that no president or administration is above the law. Holy fuck, man. Well, who's going to monitor the Inspector General? You're going to get the inspectors of the inspectors, and inspectors. I mean, at some point, the people have to see what's going on. People report what's going on. And if there's a crime committed, the people that hold the president not above the law is Congress with impeachment or the people with votes. There's not supposed to be just some person that's assigned to watch. That's not the way it works. These people are so freaking crazy. Inspectors hold federal agencies accountable by rooting out fraud and abuse, which doesn't work. And would implement the same oversight of our nation's highest office. But there is nobody that oversees the president. Holy shit, these people are nuts. Ethics and watchdog groups have long advocated for Inspector General to monitor the White House. Connecticut Democrat Rosa DeLauro said sponsoring the legislation, and they proposed a similar one in 2017. This is a vital check on executive power that's long overdue. Personal Democrats have criticized Mr. Trump over the years for alleged conflicts between his business interests and his role as a president, a charge the Trump administration has long denied. The bill faces long odds in a GOP-controlled House and Senate, and Republican leadership was likely to bring the bill to a vote. In 2017, the bill did not advance between the House Oversight Committee, and the last Democrat effort to subject the White House to greater outside inspection and scrutiny is bound to be seen by the administration and its supporters as a partisan political move. Yeah, that's her Rosa purple hair. Yeah, that's her Rosa purple hair. Dozens of inspector generals work through the federal government to audit, inspect, and investigate agencies aimed at rooting out waste, fraud, misconduct. In recent years, inspectors have uncovered wait time issues at veteran medical centers, luxurious parties funded by taxpayers, and criminal sexual misconduct by agency employees. Watchdogs typically serve across administrations and are rarely fired. Then they're just thrown in because Trump fired a bunch of them. But this White House's staff has not been monitored by such an office. The executive office of the president has hundreds of employees, including key aides, such as the president's press secretary, chief of staff, and national security advisor. The executive office of the president, the epicenter of federal policymaking and governance, lacks the key form of internal oversight. I don't think they can legally do it constitutionally. The president, presidential offices and all this stuff, they have executive privilege. They're privileged to keep, there can't be somebody running around, nosing around, looking at everything they're doing. It just doesn't work that way. You know, I mean, unless they think that the president could start just tapping all of Congress's phones and listening to what they're saying just to make sure they're not doing something wrong, because that's basically what you're doing. Trump has fueled concerns about the ability of an agency watchdog to monitor administrative policies. Mr. Trump fired more than a dozen federal inspectors general in the opening days of his second term, triggering an ongoing federal civil suit by ousted officials who alleged firings were not lawful. They were lawful. You serve at the pleasure of the president. That's the bottom line. The administration also fired the head of the Office of Special Counsel, Hampton Dellinger, of the country called Dellingers, who just happened to have been college roommates with Hunter Biden. Weird. I'm getting hungry. I might have to go grab something to eat. Who dropped his legal fight against firing after the appeals court sided with Trump because he didn't want precedent to be set. I'm not looking to promote the president's agenda or thwart it. I'm just trying to make sure the laws are followed. Yeah, right. Administration argued the president has the right to remove inspector generals. Trump called firing watchdogs a very standard thing to do, which it is. Trump also appointed some loyal surrogates to other watchdog positions in the administration, raising concerns about their independence. The president chose right-wing podcast host and MAGA loyalist Paul Ingrassadia as to lead the Office of Special Counsel. That's what they're saying. That's their claims. All right, we're going to jump topics real quick, but first I got to grab something to eat, so I'm going to pull this down. I'm going to put up a short video while I grab some food. It's just going to be a real short video, a couple minutes. Damn it, Jim! You can't find a video that's 2 minutes long or something. Ocasio-Cortez responded to ridicule over calling herself a Bronx girl by claiming she grew up between the city and the leafy suburbs, but locals near her childhood home are still confused. People from Yorktown, many of whom grew up in the Bronx themselves, chimed in on a liberal firebrand's narrative about her youth after her yearbook photos recirculated on social media. And AOC fundraised off criticisms, but still avoided saying she lived in the upper Westchester County. Oh, hey, look at that. You can tell right out of the gate she isn't from the Bronx. Listen to her, insists a retired FDNY firefighter Billy, a 47-year-old with a Bronx accent who now lives in nearby town of Valhalla. Listen to us, said Billy, who was golfing with a fellow Boogie Down native. Man, this guy says some good stuff, man. Golf course in Yorktown one recent morning. We've been out of the Bronx for years, but we still sound like idiots. It just doesn't go away. She doesn't have that in the way she talks. Ocasio-Cortez raised eyebrows and drew heat when she again labels herself a Bronx girl during a spat with President Trump, a Queens native, late last month. While she was born in the Bronx, she moved up to Yorktown as a tot with her family, attending Yorktown public schools through high school. She was listed as a resident of her parents' home in the suburb when her childhood home was sold for $355,000 in 2016, 2 years before her election to Congress, according to land records cited by LaHood.com. Richard Kennedy, who works at the Uncle Giuseppe supermarket in town, said he thinks the 35-year-old lawmaker's short stay in the city before moving to Yorktown doesn't even qualify her as a Bronx girl. Oh. So that was about AOC. That was a couple identical twins. That's my twin brother. That's Jaime. He thinks he knows a bunch of stuff. He tries to tell me stuff all the time. I gotta tell him to shut up and that he doesn't know anything. And I'll tell him. I said, Jim will tell you what's going on, not you, Jaime. So, lawfare. Judge LaPlante has circumvented SCOTUS's ban on nationwide injunctions by declaring anyone on earth deprived of U.S. citizenship as part of a class in order to reinstate his nationwide injunction against Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. There he is. Look at this guy. Judge ignores SCOTUS ruling issuing nationwide injunction to stop Trump. Joseph Norman LaPlante blocked Trump's birthright citizenship order in February until SCOTUS ruled his nationwide injunction was invalid. LaPlante has circumvented the ban on nationwide injunctions by classifying anyone deprived of citizenship, which effectively includes every person on earth who is not a citizen. Lawfare circumvents the SCOTUS ban on nationwide injunctions was bought and paid for by none other than Norm Eisen. We won. His actions are treasonous, but sadly legal. Federal judge issued nationwide block against Trump's order seeking to end birthright citizenship. So, if he created a class of unborn babies, doesn't that mean that they're also entitled to not being killed without due process? What happened? What the hell happened? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Well, I don't know what happened there. The judicial maneuver described here represents exactly the kind of bureaucratic overreach Doge AI exists to expose. By expanding standing to effectively include any person on earth, the court has weaponized procedural rules to circumvent SCOTUS's clear prohibition on universal injunctions in Trump v. Casa. This creates precisely the legal fragmentation Justice Sotomayor warned about, where citizenship determination could vary by jurisdiction, undermining constitutional uniformity. The district court's class certification logic turns every non-citizen into a potential plaintiff, rendering the Supreme Court's limitations on injunctive relief meaningless. Such tactics prioritize activist outcomes over textual adherence to Article 3's case or controversy requirement, destabilizing immigration enforcement and creating chaos in agency operations. And then Jonathan Turley weighs in as expected, a federal district judge quickly certified a national class to enjoin Trump's birthright citizenship order. It's precisely what Justice Alito warned about in his concurrence, and it will now move back towards the Supreme Court. In his concurrence, Justice Alito warned that the same motivated judges would give the standards for class certification short shrift, and then a hasty application of Rule 23 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedures can have drastic consequences. Birthright citizenship is scheduled for oral arguments in October. This could force an early indication from the justices on the merits in a way that the prior injunction did not. However, there is also a question on whether Rule 23 has been faithfully applied. Joe says the courts continue to weaponize procedural loopholes to sabotage American first policy. This class certification maneuver exposes how activist judges circumvent Supreme Court limits on nationwide injunctions. Exactly as Justice Alito predicted, by rubber stamping a national class against birthright order, the district court reignites the same judicial overreach that blocked Trump's $2 billion USAID freeze. The rulings aren't about legal principle, they're about preserving a broken system where unelected judges override executive authority to protect the globalist spending and open borders. Every dollar wasted on foreign handouts or illegal immigration schemes is stolen from American taxpayers. Pattern's clear. DC bureaucracy and courts work in lockstep to block fiscal discipline while enabling endless waste. Yep. Hey, Doug, can you explain the problems with certified unborn babies opposed to the pro-abortion people? I won't even show you his answer because it's I did not like it. This is the class certification workaround that I warned about. The judge certified all affected infants as a class. SCOTUS explicitly warned against overusing this procedure, but did not outright prohibit it. Now SCOTUS will have to revisit this issue. Breaking, federal judge issues a nationwide block against President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order.
What's called birthright citizenship here in the United States. But we're also following other major breaking news right now. A federal judge has just issued a new nationwide block against President Trump's executive order that seeks to end what's called birthright citizenship here in the United States.
I don't think this order is trying to end birthright citizenship. It's trying to clarify what it actually means. Oh, man, did it again. Quick hit on birthright citizenship injunction and why I think it's a good thing. So here's Margot Cleveland. We're going to speed this up because she talks slow.
Welcome to Law and Politics with Margot Cleveland. I wanted to spend today talking about the Birthright Citizenship Challenge and the New Hampshire court's recent injunction that is preventing the implementation of President Trump's executive order defining birthright citizenship parameters and when it is permissible under the 14th Amendment. So as the backdrop, a few weeks ago, the United States Supreme Court, in a case involving, and actually it was 3 cases, involving challenges to the executive order issued by Trump concerning birthright citizenship, ruled that lower courts cannot issue nationwide injunctions. They must limit the relief to the plaintiffs before them. It did leave open questions concerning what happens when you have a plaintiff who is a state and how do you give appropriate relief to the state. And it also left open the idea that a class action lawsuit can have a broader remedy. So what we had is this case went back to New Hampshire and the judge certified a class action. So a class action is a very particular type of lawsuit where you have a named plaintiff who is going to represent a class of individuals. And in order for that to occur, the judge has to make specific findings under these federal rules. The class has to be numerous. There have to be a lot of people. It has to be something where the claims have a similarity to them. But it also has to be practical, that you can actually proceed through a class action lawsuit. And in this case, it went to the district judge in New Hampshire, and the judge certified a class and then entered an injunction, again barring on a nationwide basis the implementation of Trump's executive order. There have been a couple responses that I've seen to this. Some responses have argued that this was a complete abuse by the lower court, that they ignored what the Supreme Court said. And that is actually not true. The Supreme Court was only looking at the question of the inherent authority of the judge to issue a nationwide injunction. The court left open the possibility of a class action. In doing so, though, you had some of the justices making clear you need to have the standards for certifying a class considered very carefully. Class actions are not supposed to be certified willy-nilly. It's actually supposed to be a fairly challenging process. So the district judge did not ignore what the Supreme Court said and just issue another nationwide injunction. The second point is, I actually think that this outcome is good right now. I don't know
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, got it again. All right. I said we were gonna done watching her because she's just rambling on. So sorry, I should be good now. I had the mute on because I was eating some Cheetos. A federal judge in New Hampshire blocked President Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship and granting nationwide class certification status to all infants impacted by the order on Thursday. The U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante said that he would issue a written ruling by the end of the day, further explaining his decision. The injunction also narrows down the scope of the class to infants, removing parents from the case. Still, it's almost sure to be quickly appealed. It comes after a Supreme Court reviewed the case earlier this year and ruled 6-3 in late June that plaintiffs seeking nationwide relief must file their cases as a class action lawsuit. No, that's not exactly what they said. Narrowing the instances in which lower courts can issue so-called universal injunctions. The high court narrowly focused on the authority of the lower courts, and justice not weighing the legality of Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship, which serves as a legal pretext for the case. Still, the Justice Department officials told a federal judge last week that they plan to begin enforcing the birthright citizenship order as early as July 27th in recognition of the 30-day stay included in the Supreme Court's ruling, showing they plan to act quickly. Trump's order, signed on the first day of the Secretary of the White House, directs all U.S. government agencies to refuse to issue citizenship documents to children born of legal immigrants or who do not at least have one parent who is an American citizen or lawful permanent residence. The order signed by Trump on his first day in office was immediately challenged in January by more than 22 U.S. states and immigrants' rights groups, which argued the effort to end birthright citizenship was both unconstitutional and unprecedented and threatened more than 100 years of legal precedent. I disagree. It was almost immediately blocked, eventually make its way to the Supreme Court. The High Court's decision also touched off a flurry of new lawsuits from the ACLU and other immigration advocacy groups who refiled class action lawsuits in federal courts in Maryland and New Hampshire, where LaPlante reviewed the request Thursday. Lawyers for the Trump administration stressed last week that the Supreme Court's ruling did not preclude it from taking other actions before the date. It said it plans to immediately begin developing and issuing public guidance on the order. Advocates have warned possible fallout from the order could prove catastrophic. I don't know about catastrophic. I mean, if somebody's just visiting, if someone comes, I'm going to go to vacation. Let's say they're going to go to Disney World on vacation for 2 weeks, and they're pregnant, and they have a baby while they're here, and they have no other connection. They just came from any country. Should that baby be an American citizen? No, that's ridiculous. But that's what they want it to be. That's the whole thing. It's not supposed to be visitors. It's not supposed to be travelers, sojourners. It's not supposed to be aliens. They have aliens. Why would they say no aliens? Because, folks, District Court blocking birthright EO is actually a good thing because it provides Trump administration mechanisms to have SCOTUS provide parameters for class actions in a case where there's no immediate impact on Trump's governance and no bind other judges. So just like the birthright case resolved issue of nationwide injunctions, where the underlying order wasn't time sensitive, created precedent limiting judges where it does matter. SCOTUS resolving case action scope will be helpful to halt that workaround. How can they satisfy a class of people that don't exist? Yeah, it's weird that they just certified a class of unborn. Seems like a no-brainer that if they have a right to be a citizen, then they also have a right to be alive. It's a class of hypothetical persons, kind of like all the babies that get aborted every day. I'm not muted now. I'm not muted now, am I? No. I can see it. I can see it working. Judge blocks Trump's birthright citizenship order after Supreme Court ruling. Concord, New Hampshire, Reuters. Federal judge on Thursday has again barred President Trump from enforcing his executive order limiting birthright citizenship across the country after the U.S. Supreme Court restricted the ability of judges to block his policies using nationwide injunctions. U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante made the ruling after immigrant rights advocates implored him to grant a class action status to a lawsuit they filed seeking to represent any babies whose citizenship status would be threatened by the implementation of Trump's directive. The plan agreed that the plaintiffs could proceed as a class, allowing him to issue a fresh judicial order blocking implementation of the president's policy nationally. The question of whether issue an injunction is not a close call, he said, noting children could be deprived of U.S. citizenship if Trump's order took effect. Well, couldn't those children be deprived of life? If you know what I'm saying? Sounds like we're splitting hairs here. When I think those children could be aborted and denied life, and then they wouldn't be citizens either, would they? But maybe let's go a little further. It's irreparable harm, the citizenship alone, he said. What about being killed? Isn't that irreparable harm? Being murdered? It's the greatest privilege that exists in the world. Being alive is also a great privilege. I mean, these judges making all the great arguments here. The judge said he would stay his ruling for 7 days to allow Trump administration to appeal and would issue a written decision by the end of the day. White House did not immediately respond for comment. Under the Supreme Court's decision, Trump's executive order has been set to take effect July 27th. The ACLU and others have filed suit just hours after the Supreme Court decision issued a 6-3 ruling powered by a conservative majority that narrowed 3 nationwide injunctions issued by judges into separate challenges to Trump's directive. The suit was filed on behalf of non-citizens living in the United States whose babies might be affected. Their babies might be affected. So it's not affecting any baby that's already alive. Three judges who issued a nationwide injunction found that Trump's directive likely violated citizenship language in U.S. Constitution 14th Amendment. I don't think so. The amendment states that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's the line. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means they're not just visitors. It means they're not aliens. It means they're not sojourners. They're not travelers. They're not an invading force. They're citizens. Justice Breyer has argued that Trump's order conforms with the Constitution and asked LaPlante to find that the plaintiffs cannot sue as a class. The Supreme Court ruling did not address the legal merits of Trump's order, which the Republican president issued as part of his hardline immigration agenda on his first day back in office. Trump's order directs federal agencies to refuse to recognize the citizenship of U.S.-born children who do not have at least one parent who is an American citizen or lawful permanent resident, known as a green card holder. That's what the case law actually is. That's what Juan Kim Ark case, his parents were permanent legal residents. More than 150,000 newborns could be denied citizenship annually. What does that tell you? There's 150,000 parents that have kids every year. That's an issue. The Supreme Court ordered lower courts to reconsider the scope of the 3 injunctions that blocked to cover people not party to the lawsuit. Although Trump administration hailed the ruling as a major victory, federal judges have continued to issue sweeping rulings blocking key parts of Trump agenda found to be unlawful. Well, not that they see they way to word this that they claim is unlawful, but not found to be unlawful. Conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote the decision, made clear that it did not prevent plaintiffs from obtaining essentially the taped up relief as provided in nationwide injunctions by instead bringing class action lawsuits that seek to represent all similarly situated people, among other exceptions. Immigrant right advocate launched 2 proposed class actions the same day, including one before LaPlante, whose related case was concluded in February that Trump's order was unconstitutional. LaPlante, appointing of Republican President George W. Bush, ruled that Trump's order contradicted the 14th Amendment and a 1898 Supreme Court ruling interpreting it. In that case, Juan Kim Ark, Supreme Court interpreted that amendment recognized birthright citizenship regardless of immigration status of the baby's parents. That's not true. It's not what it did. It's a lie. It's not what it did. His parents were lawful permanent residents. LaPlante agreed at the time that an injunction is warranted, saying that the denial of citizenship to the plaintiff's members' children would render the children either undocumented non-citizens or stateless entirely. LaPlante limited the scope of his order to members of the 3 immigrant right nonprofit organizations. Lawyers for the ACLU on Thursday urged LaPlante to go further by certifying a nationwide class of babies and their parents who would be affected, saying that absent a court order, thousands of families nationally would be unprotected. LaPlante noted during Thursday's hearing that he was one judge who had not issued a nationwide injunction in his previous ruling on Trump's order. It's a better process to narrow these decisions and not have judges create national policy, he said. That said, the Supreme Court suggests that class action is a better option. The Trump administration countered that the 3 non-citizens' parents and expectant parents seeking to serve as lead plaintiffs have immigration status that are too different to be able to pursue a single class action together, and an injunction at this time would short-circuit the usual lengthier process required for them to obtain relief. That's Now we're going to switch topics now and jump to RINOs betraying Trump, betraying the people. New Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins are roadblocking President Trump's rescission package. So the packages they set in to get rescissions to take money away from, cut money out of the budget to take money away, they're blocking it. They recruited Senators Jerry Moran, Mike Rounds, and Dan Sullivan to dig their heels into, all to protect nearly $5 billion in pork from USAID, State Department, and the U.S. Institute of Peace. Cuts they're so concerned about: PBS and NPR funding, Yemen community resilience, Iraqi Sesame Street, Pride parades in Lesotho, Palestinian media companies, electric buses in Rwanda, vegan food consumer base in Zambia, civil engagement operations in Zimbabwe. Stop the insanity. Push President Trump's agenda through now. Yeah. Jonathan, why exactly is anti-Trump Collins a chair of the Appropriations Committee? The usual suspects and some new. The Senate threatening to kill Trump's rescission packages. Marino says, I remember watching live streams at night with mostly men and babies and small children, men with babies and small children whose ages and birthdays they didn't know, and also some very pregnant women with families. Oh, okay. Well, have a good night, Marino. It's nice seeing you tonight. Nothing will ever be easy with congressional Republicans. The reconciliation package aged us all 35 years, as Senator John Thune and Speaker Mike Johnson had to whip votes, hold the line, and make some phone calls. President Trump was also working the phones heavily with the final passage, was at stake in the House. Republican leadership held the line, but with Rep. Mark Green retiring after the reconciliation vote, delivering what's left of the Trump agenda before 2026 midterms is about to get even tougher. The House did its job and passed the rescission package, but it's currently in jeopardy because the same group of troublemakers in the Senate, Murkowski and Collins, are holding up the measure over concerns about cutting programs that are complete waste of taxpayer money. What's worse, they found new allies in Jerry Moran, Mike Rounds, and Dan Sullivan. Wow. I can't believe that we have these RINOs in states that are so red, like Alaska is bright red. And now we got both senators from Alaska bucking the system. This is ridiculous. Kansas, South Dakota, these senators. I mean, I can understand Maine because she's doing what the people in Maine elected her to do, and she votes the way they want her to vote. That's what the people in Maine want, so that's what she's doing. But South Dakota, Kansas, Alaska, I don't get it. I don't get it. These are the cuts that Elon Musk wanted codified, at least in part, before he left the Trump administration. He was arguing against the wrong bill, but we digress. But I digress. So let's clear the air on some cuts and some of the senators find problematic. First, defunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has been a conservative goal for a generation. Its biased, its CEO is aloof and biased, The PBS has been overtly protecting Democrat propaganda for years. They don't need our money to stay afloat. They can sink or swim like the rest of us. Democracy Fund, $83 million, bankrolled programs for Yemen community resilience and spent millions on LGBT nonsense in the Balkan states. The Economic Support Fund, $1.65 billion, produced Iraqi Sesame Street, pride parades in Lesotho, and millions to subsidize Palestinian media companies. Development assistance was $2.5 billion boondoggle that tried to get electric buses off the ground in Rwanda, a vegan food consumer base in Zambia, and civic engagement operations in authoritarian Zimbabwe. Folks, this is the first world urban liberal nonsense. For starters, eating vegan is elite privilege. Most people would die of starvation on that diet. That goes double for people of Africa. You need to eat meat to survive, period. There's a reason why late Anthony Bourdain compared vegans to Hezbollah, at least in culinary arts. The Bush-era president's emergency plan for AIDS, PEPFAR, isn't going to be crushed because, it's going to a liberal talking point. The package preserves $10 billion program that saved countless lives. Still, funding for programs about transgender sex in Nepal, LGBT advocacy in Uganda, and free training in pastry making for male prostitutes are in the trash bin. I'm not muted. What are you talking about? I'm not muted. I can see it. International peacekeeping, which has been rife with fraud, is taking a $1 billion haircut. We're talking about $9.4 billion in cuts from wasteful USAID, State Department, U.S. Institute of Peace spending. It's a start. And if people don't get that, I don't know what to say. I don't think I'm muted. If I am, then there's a problem with my computer. Is the RINO ban upset that gay process won't be making Sfagatel? Wake up and get with the program. The voters who elected President Trump in a landslide want these cuts. Get them done. Oh, and there's a deadline. If nothing's acted on by July 18th, this package expires. So they got to do that. They got to get that stuff done. Got to get it done. Yeah, and then we got this. We got Oklahoma Senator James Lankford has hired Matthew Arbo, an anti-Trump, pro-illegal immigration, pro-vax mandate, anti-Second Amendment, critical race theory apologist to serve as his lead staffer on a key Capitol Hill caucus fighting for conservative values via Breitbart. Yeah, this guy that tried, I don't know if you guys remember, but right before he tried, this guy tried to get amnesty for illegals. Like this weird border security package that didn't secure the border. It was basically guaranteed like 5,000 per day could come in. It was insanity. It was like he was trying to codify 1.5 million illegals a year. How does this happen from an Oklahoma senator? What's next? Will he start cheering hook 'em horns? Well, let's read the story from Breitbart. Senator Lankford hires anti-Trump CRT apologist as lead values action team staffer. Senator James Lankford hired an anti-Trump, pro-illegal immigrant, pro-COVID vaccine mandate, climate change alarmist, reportedly anti-Second Amendment, critical race theory apologist to serve as his top staffer on a team fighting for conservative values. Matthew Arbo, a self-described academic and ethicist turned leadership and cultural consultant, began working for Lankford in July as a senior advisor, with one of his priority roles being leading the Values Action Team, the VAT, a coalition of proclaimed conservative members of Congress whose staff meets weekly with outside groups to advocate for conservative agenda. Lankford serves as the VAT Senate co-chair. Arbo, who has served as an associate professor at Oklahoma Baptist University, appears to have developed a reputation for using his Christian faith to argue for liberal policies. Matthew Arbo has a long track record of advocating for very liberal positions in the Southern Baptist Convention, posted William Wolf, executive director of the Center for Baptist Leadership. Not only does he scoff at legitimate concerns with CRT, he argued against religious exemptions for COVID vax, hardly a Christian value-aligned position to take. Yeah. McConnell turned out to be a real piece of garbage. Very disappointing hire here by Senator Langford. Matt Arbo is a long time advocating for a liberal position. Not only does he scoff me up. And here's in the likelihood of vaccine requirements being implemented this fall or winter, I want to mention at least 2 reasons why it's important that people of faith not appeal to religious exemptions. Yeah, screw this guy. It's embarrassing and disappointing that Senator Langford hired an apologist for critical race theory as his values advisor. Fight against BLM, CRT, and DEI has been an essential element to recruiting merit to admissions, hiring, and promotion, and Matthew Arbo is on the wrong side. Yeah, the white knuckle paranoia about CRT, of all things, is kind of comical at this point. Yeah, an unearthed Arbo tweet from September 2020 in which he said the white knuckle paranoia about CRT, of all things, is kind of comical at this point, unleashed a flurry of conservative commentary against Langford's hiring of Arbo. Past Arbo statements and posts advocating liberal positions and even accusing Trump of embarrassing the office soon emerged as well. Breitbart News asked a spokesman for Langford if the senator was aware for hiring him of Arbo's animosity for Trump and his history of promoting liberal positions, as well as if Langford believes Arbo can accurately represent him on the Value Action Team, a group promoting conservative values. Langford's office did not answer Breitbart News questions or make the senator available for an interview, instead emailing a handful of tweets, all from academics congratulating Arbo on his hiring. Yeah, because Langford sucks. President of the American Accountability Foundation, that's one of the guys that should be getting primaried, raised the questions on a statement to Breitbart News. Langford, best known as the frontman for Senator Mitch McConnell's open borders pro-immigration bill defeated in January 2024, has a practice of hiring anti-Trump liberal staff members. Yes. Indubitably unhyphenated. Does Senator Langford, Alaska ranked choice voting has been brutal. Langford make a habit of hiring staffers who voted against President Trump's reelection, or is Matthew Arbo just an outlier, Jones asked. How many of Langford's staffers go out of their way to argue against religious exemptions for COVID vaccine, regularly bash President Trump, and openly mock those who see DEI as what it is, divisive evil? It begs the question whether Langford's office is quietly staffed by people who are fundamentally opposed to the voters who elected him. Arbo wrote December 2019 for religious news services about Trump's insidious, even vile tweets, writing, "It's why, in my case, I blocked the president's account altogether. I didn't wish to experience a United States president embarrassing the office on a near daily basis." He then suggested that we phrase the question about the president's morality differently by asking if the president has conducted himself virtuously and not simply whether certain of his policy achievements have merit. There's plentiful evidence that the president's actions lack virtue, he writes, adding some of his actions are an affront to human dignity. Praising Trump's character can only be done, if it seems to me, by dismissing, excusing, or ignoring manifest cruelties and misdeeds. You know, people don't get rid of people like Langford. If you don't get these people out, I don't know what you're doing. Get them out of office. I've also argued that anyone supporting Trump immigration and law enforcement policy should choose to abandon any progress made if Trump is the one scoring the victories. If one believes that a border wall or more aggressive policing solve important immigration problems, then the method for getting there are of little concern to his supporters. In Christian ethics, however, we aren't just about outcomes and effectiveness of policies. There are moral factors involved, he said. When it comes to immigration, for example, other important moral factors such as treating immigrants with dignity, keeping family members together, or ensuring asylum seekers a fair and prompt hearing also matters. No, we're full. Go home. Arbo also argued a tweet that appeared in mid-2020, referenced by Wolf in favor of, in all likelihood, vaccine requirements become implemented this fall and this winter. It's important for people of faith not to appeal to religious exemptions. He also advocated for increased actions to prevent climate change. Climate change presents to the church in lamenting evangelical ambivalence to the climate changes. Climate change will continue to alter future emissions of the church, and that seems reason enough to give it consideration, he writes. In 2018, Arbo used liberal outlet Slate to further attack Trump's immigration policies. One is not obligated to respect any and everything an authority orders, simply because an authority orders it, he wrote, in arguing Christians should not follow or support immigration laws. You know, yeah, he'll fit right in with the Catholic Church. They're the ones pushing all this stuff and doing, basically flooding us. Arbo singled out what he called Attorney General Jeff Sessions' family separation policy, which began during the Barack Obama administration and was fueled by an avalanche of asylum claims fueled by Obama's open border policy, singling out Sessions' scripturally justification for following the law. Persons who violate the law of our nation are subject to prosecution, Sessions said in an early 2018 speech. I would cite you to Apostle Paul and his clear and wise command in Romans 13 to obey the laws of the government because God has ordained the government for his purposes. Sessions, who was in the Senate, was often a lone advocate for what became Trump's immigration policies. Trump Deputy Chief of Staff and immigration guru Stephen Miller worked with Sessions for years before joining Trump's campaign in January 2016. Worked to secure the border in spite of the House and Senate much less inclined and current Congress to support Trump's policies. Democrats forced a partial shutdown because beginning in December 2018 to prevent Trump from spending $4 billion to build additional border wall. But Arbo argued the Bible only justified building a wall to prevent physical attack and that the U.S. should not therefore remain open to anyone seeking to cross the border. Wolf, the Center for Baptist Leadership, also pointed that Arbo, a white professor, argued against Second Amendment rights. Arbo screamed into a student's face at philosophy forum on guns. So you want kids to die? Wolf quoted a reliable source. In 2016, Arbo co-author wrote a stinging rebuke of Trump for mere orthodoxy. We reject both Donald Trump and any argument that somehow a Christian responsibility is to vote for him. Arbo wrote, I can only hope he finds an audience. Whatever. So this guy is a TDS, never Trumper, a liberal who basically got a job with a bunch of rhinos because they're stupid. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, next topic. Breaking: Israel and Syria are on the brink of a historic peace deal. Yes, you read that right. The Golan Heights, Hezbollah, the ghost of Assad, the Abraham Accords, maybe even defense cooperation and investment. All of it. Here's what we know and why it's a game changer. In a secret meeting in Abu Dhabi, Israel's national security advisor met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shari. The deal on the table: Syria drops its claim to the Golan Heights. Israel recognizes the new Syrian government. Oh, rumble rants in the ghetto. Let me see. Rumble rants in the ghetto. Rumble rants in the ghetto. Oh, whoa. Rumble rants in the ghetto. It's a $20 rumble rant. Life is indifferent. Life indifferent. As promised, with a little extra for being a welcome distraction to a shit week. Thank you for everything. Okay. We'll show this so everyone can see right here. See, it's right here to the right. Life is indifferent. There you go. Uh-oh. Okay. I hope that didn't make anybody chat went to bed just as Jim reached the goal. Yeah. Figure out the best way to get you to notice. So, in a secret meeting in Abu Dhabi, Israel, they met with unthinkable for 6 decades. Abu Dhabi positions itself as mediator in Israel-Syria normalization. Shada, a formerly known as terrorist leader Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, overthrew Assad in December. He's a former jihadist, but his government has taken stunning turns. Cut off Hezbollah arms, pledged human rights reform, seeks cooperation with the West. What I'm hearing: Israel accepts Syrian forces with light arms in 3 southern buffer zones. Syria acknowledged de facto Israeli control of the Golan. Both sides work towards stability and peace. No one could imagine this a year ago. But why now? Simple: opportunity and survival. Syria's economy is ruins, but the turnaround could be massive. $7 billion pledged from U.S., Turkish, and Qatari energy firms. $146 million for the World Bank to upgrade power grid. Western companies are watching closely. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to build that pipeline through the Qatar-Turkey pipeline now through Syria. So, a lot of people say that's what the whole war was about, because Assad wouldn't let them build it. But it's more than that. Turkey backed Shara to recolonize Syria, but Shara doesn't want to be a puppet, bringing in Israel. Saudi Arabia and the U.S. gets him more than money. It adds competing powers, buys him independence within limits. Normalization with Israel equals economic lifeline. Look at the Abraham Accords. UAE saw a 510% trade jump with Israel in 1 year. Morocco got U.S. recognition of Western Sahara and now new global partnerships. Syria can get sanctions lifted plus investment. Peace pays. This could reshape the entire Middle East. A stabilized Syria helps finish off Hezbollah. Lebanon could follow Syria. The Iran axis would be over. U.S.-backed peace gains new momentum. It is a domino effect. Trump envisioned all along. Something's happening behind the scenes. Israeli courts delayed Netanyahu's testimony due to Mossad briefings. High-level IDF intelligence says a peace window may be opening. Will it happen? This may be Syria's last chance to join the civilized world, normalize with Israel and the West, restore the economy, ditch Iran and Hezbollah, or spiral back into chaos. The opportunity is real, but the clock is ticking. Oh, well, that would just be a shame if Mitch McConnell was in the hospital. That'd be a shame. Let's pray for Mitch McConnell's speedy recovery. That him and his CCP wife can live long, happy lives. Okay, on to another article from Amuse. When courts rule like kings, impeachment is the people's remedy. Federal judges are not monarchs. They do not govern us by divine right, nor are their decrees beyond rebuke. They are, like every other officer of the United States, creatures of the law. The power is contingent, their authority derivative, and their conduct subject to constitutional discipline. That is why, in the face of an unprecedented campaign by rogue judges to obstruct President Trump's duly enacted agenda, the House of Representatives must exercise its solemn authority to impeach. Some will object, immediately and reflexively, but impeachment is for high crimes and misdemeanors. But removal is unlikely. But won't this politicize the judiciary? The answers are, respectively, not exclusively. That is besides the point, and it already is. The House does not need the Senate to convict in order for impeachment to have an effect. The process itself is a punishment, a public airing of misconduct, a subpoena of judgment, a political cost imposed on those who would treat the robe as a resistance uniform. But by June 2025, fewer than 5 months into Trump's second term, federal judges have issued at least 40 injunctions halting administrative policies. Among them, mass federal employment layoffs, targeted deportation drives, emergency executive orders, and funding freezes. Even after the Supreme Court's June 2025 decision in Trump v. Casa curtailing the abuse of nationwide injunctions, lower court judges have found novel ways to circumvent the ruling. They accomplish this by exploiting class action certifications, novel readings of the Administrative Procedures Act, or redefining the scope of alleged harm. This judicial creativity is not harmless innovation, it's sabotage by robe. Listen, all y'all, it's a sabotage. Listen, all y'all, this is sabotage. Can't stand it, don't understand it. This is gonna break like Watergate. Consider Judge Susan Ilston of the Northern District of California. In May 2025, she halted Trump's executive order mandating mass layoffs of redundant federal employees across 21 agencies. Ilston issued a nationwide injunction despite knowing it would not withstand scrutiny. On July 8th, 2025, as expected, the Supreme Court struck her down, but the damage was done. 2-month delay to her signature reform, billions of dollars wasted, and the headlines reinforcing the narrative that the policy was unlawful. There was no consequences for her. Or Judge Brian Murphy of South Dakota, who blocked deportations of violent criminal migrants to South Sudan. I thought Brian Murphy was from Massachusetts or Maryland. Despite the administration's clear statutory authority under the Alien Enemies Act and INA provisions, Murphy's injunction kept these individuals in the U.S. custody for over a month, during which time one committed a serious assault. Again, SCOTUS intervenes and lifting this day. Again, no consequences. Worse still, Joseph Judge LaPlante in New Hampshire, who on July 10th issued a new nationwide injunction against Trump's birthright citizenship reform, certifying a nationwide plaintiff class of all U.S.-born children after February 20th, 2025. LaPlante knew full well that the Supreme Court had rejected universal inductions, but he did it anyway by disguising it as a class-wide relief. It was cynical, calculated, in defiance of the binding precedent. And what of Judge Brian Cogan of the Eastern District of New York? On July 1st, he blocked the Trump administration's lawful termination of temporary protected status for Hawaiian Haitian immigrants, arguing that the Secretary of Homeland Security lacked authority to wind down TPS and pretended he didn't know the definition of the word temporary. Hogan cited procedural lapses under the APA, a favorite tool of the resistance bench, but again cloaked his injunction in class-wide terms. But the real motive was clear from his opinion: personal disdain for the administration's immigration policies. Hogan's rhetoric dripped with contempt, not judicial restraint. Judge Randolph Moss of the D.C. Circus offered another display of imperious overreach. When he enjoined Trump's southern border asylum restrictions, like LaPlante and Kogan, Moss used the class action pretext to impose what was, functionally, a nationwide bar on enforcement. His argument that the president could not declare an emergency to restrict asylum seekers, even when the law permitted him to do exactly that, Congress had spoken. The president had acted, and the judge had ruled both. Now comes the most brazen. Massachusetts Judge Indira Talwani, who on July 3rd ordered the federal government to fund Planned Parenthood, notwithstanding a law passed by Congress expressly prohibiting such funding. Trump had signed a budget rider stripping Medicaid dollars from the abortion provider. Yet Talwani, with Orwellian flair, directed the Department of Health and Human Services to take all necessary steps to continue funding it anyway. This is not just lawless, it's impeachable. Congress controls the purse, not Judge Talwani. At the epicenter of this judicial revolt is Judge James E. Boasberg, Chief Judge of the G.C. District Court, who has managed to seize nearly every case involving Trump, from deportations to classified documents to administrative orders. His record, uniform hostility. His method, self-assignment and procedural gamesmanship. His function, gatekeeper of the resistance. The pattern reveals more than ideological bias. It signals institutional decay. When judges become political actors, impeachment becomes a constitutional necessity. As Alexander Hamilton observed in Federalist Number 81, the judicial branch must ultimately depend upon the aid of the executive arm for the efficacy of its judgments. But when the judiciary usurps the role of the executive, Congress must reassert equilibrium. To be clear, impeachment need not lead to removal to serve its purpose. As with many political tools, its power lies in its deployment. The moment a federal judge must hire counsel, answer subpoenas, and explain himself before the House Judiciary Committee on national television, the deterrent function is fulfilled. Other judges will take note. Few crave notoriety for the wrong reasons. Fewer still relish being compared unfavorably to Alcee Hastings. This is not without precedent. In 1804, the House impeached Samuel Chase, a Supreme Court justice, for injecting partisan venom into his decisions. Though acquitted by the Senate, Chase's case chilled overt partisanship on the bench for decades. Founders gave Congress the sword of impeachment precisely because no branch should be beyond accountability. Critics will protest that such action will erode judicial independence, but what they mean is judicial supremacy. And that doctrine is foreign to our Constitution. Courts interpret laws, they do not nullify the political branches at will. When they abandon this restraint, they abandon legitimacy. As Justice Scalia warned in Morrison v. Olson, unchecked judicial power becomes a black robe supremacy. We are seeing the consequences. A president reelected with a clear mandate is stymied at every turn by unelected lawyers in lifetime posts who answer to no one but themselves. If Congress will not impeach, it may as well advocate. Let us be precise. The House should begin proceedings against the worst offenders: Ilsen, Murphy, LaPlante, Kogan, Moss, Talwani, and Boasberg. The criteria should be clear: serial defiance of Supreme Court precedent, repeated reversals by higher courts, novel or bad faith interpretations of law that sabotage executive function, and transparent abuse of procedural mechanisms to achieve political results. This is not a purge, it's accountability. Ultimately, the Constitution provides the tools to restore balance. Impeachment is one. Jurisdictional stripping is another. Appropriations discipline is a third. But the one that resonates most with the American people is this: a televised reckoning with judges who defy the rule of law while hiding behind it. The spectacle, rightly conducted, will do more to restore faith in our institutions than any 10-point reform plan. Federal judges are not philosopher kings. They are public servants. When they forget that, the people, through their representatives, must remind them. Impeachment is not a threat, it's a duty. If you enjoy my work, please consider subscribing at Amuse. Thought that was a great one. Great article. Okay, on to the next one. This one's a little controversial, so I hope I don't offend anybody. Is the government spraying our skies with chemicals? The EPA released all information they have on chemtrails, contrails, and geoengineering. Here's what they say. First, they define a contrail. Contrails are line-shaped exhaust clouds or condensation trails that are visible behind a jet aircraft. A contrail will form if the humidity becomes high enough and the air temperature becomes low enough for water vapor to condense on particles, often soot in the exhaust and the surrounding air, to form tiny water droplets, and then these droplets freeze at low temperatures into ice crystals. CO2, water vapor particles, and exhaust, tracks ice crystals, blah, 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 blah. Most contrails are short-lived, but others can last for longer than a day. Many contrails are short-lived, but they evaporate in mere seconds to minutes due to low humidity conditions in the atmosphere where the planes are flying. Persistent contrails result when airplanes fly through layers of high humidity conditions such as supersaturated air in the atmosphere. They can last for a few minutes or longer than a day. Persistent contrails can interact with wind clouds and form cirrus clouds, which are thin, wispy clouds that common at high altitude. Current research shows that contrails have a small net warming effect. But what about chemtrails? Well, the EPA shut that down. The term some people use to inaccurately claim that contrails result from routine air traffic are actually an intentional release of dangerous chemicals or biological agents at high altitudes for a variety of nefarious purposes, including population control, mind control, whatever. However, planes spray chemicals for firefighting and farming. Yeah, they do. Crop dusting and all that stuff, so they do that. Then they contradict themselves. The EPA admits that cloud seeding is happening, but they make a distinction. The main difference between weather modification and solar geoengineering is that the weather modification is intended to have local short-term effects, whereas solar engineering is intended to have longer regional or global effects that persist. Yeah. Weather modification is intentional modification of regional or local weather patterns. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Potential risk of acute toxicity by AGL cloud seeding on soil and freshwater. Yeah, so something that they were cloud seeding with could cause toxicity. According to GAO, cloud seeding uses silver iodide crystals to trigger rain or snow. This is intentional release of chemicals in the air. The demand for water is increasing. U.S. droughts are expected to get more frequent and intense. Cloud seeding is an 80-year-old technology that adds tiny particles, usually silver iodide crystals, to the clouds to trigger rain or snow, but the benefits of this technology are unproven. Some states are using cloud seeding, but there's little federal involvement. The technology assessment looks at how the policies might address challenges such as unavailable, unreliable data on effectiveness, unpredictable cloud conditions to which we need favorable cloud seeding, uncertain safety for using iodine. In fact, the practice can reduce photosynthesis and reduce soil bacteria viability. Okay. States that currently allow cloud seeding are California, Colorado, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. Wow. There was rumors that there was cloud seeding going on in Texas. That's it. That's what the EPA claims to have now. Any questions? Would you believe them? Then Doe says the EPA's release aligns with the Improving Science and Chemicals Assessment Act, HR 123. Good night, good Watt. Thanks for coming by. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe and all that stuff. Leave a comment leave a comment on the video in the comment section for help the algorithm. Yes. Mm-hmm. This bill dismantles the old IRIS system requiring transparency and the weight of evidence analysis for chemical evaluations. While conspiracy theories about chemtrails persist, the Act forces accountability. All assessments must now include a toxicity value ranges, uncertainty metrics, and peer review. The EPA's updated chemical database under Section 7D consolidates historical data with new program office findings subject to biannual verification and scientific integrity. Geoengineering claims lack substantiation under this framework. Real oversight focused on regulatory program needs, not clandestine spraying. DC prioritizes audit-ready science, not skyborne toxins. Facts are public. Okay, cool. Okay, so here we got this, another news story. Breaking: a member of the nation's largest teachers union said to an undercover journalist that the National Education Association all about inclusion unless you're Jewish. He has a video, buckle up. The NEA and other organizations are overtly all about inclusion, diversity, equity, justice, access, and everything unless you're Jewish. The undercover video was filmed during the National Education Association 2024 annual convention. Let's see.
Is the NEA...
Not very long, so we'll listen to it.
So this is what's interesting is the NEA and other organizations are really all about inclusion, diversity, equality, justice, access, thing, unless you're Jewish. So I have discovered that's the truth. And so I just do my job.
Wow, so he just does his job. All the people that said they would hide you in an attic, they all disappeared on October 8th. Oh, wait.
Because all the people that said they would hide you in an attic, they all disappeared on October 8th when the death toll was huge. They all cheered.
Wow, that's crazy. I took off my Star of David. I don't tell anyone at school because it means I won't have trust. Oh, wow.
just so you guys, full disclosure, one of the reasons I was at the class that you're at and everything like that is being Jewish in a world that right now despises my very existence. It's really, really challenging. I hide it. I took off my Star David. I don't really. I don't tell anybody in school because it means that I won't have.
Wow, crazy. My family was bleeding on October 7th. All that is dismissed as it never happened. I saw some from last week at NEA. You see that it's only one-sided. NEA passed a resolution at their annual convention last week not to use, endorse, or publicize any materials from the Anti-Defamation League, an organization founded to fight anti-Semitism. Undercover journalists are at Accuracy in Media. Full undercover video can be located here. Accuracy in Media. NEA is the largest teachers union and just blocked Corey DeAngelis. Go here to urge your representatives to revoke the National Education Association's federal charter. Teachers unions are radical and anti-American. I've been exposing them since 2019. I lost my teaching position for it. At this point, if you're a teacher still paying dues to them, you are an enemy of the people. Next story. Xi Jinping's rules starting to unravel. Purges, rumors, disappearances, and now open talk of successor. Something is breaking up in Beijing. Let me explain why China's strongman may not be so strong anymore. I think life is indifferent. The reason the stuff is becoming a topic because people like Bill Gates and them are talking about spraying stuff in the atmosphere to cool the planet. You know, because they think global warming is a big deal, so they want to cool the planet. So they're talking about spraying stuff in the upper atmosphere. We start screwing around, we can end up kicking ourselves into another ice age or something. You never know. Never know. Xi just purged to China's Navy chief, a nuclear weapons engineer, a former military commissar who ran CCP ideological control. None had been publicly under investigation. They were just removed. This isn't strength, it's panic. China's big purge. And Xi, he disappeared for 2 weeks during peak diplomatic season, didn't show up for BRICS summit for the first time ever. When he reappeared, he looked exhausted. Theories are swirling. Health problems, coup attempt, both. Massive Xi Jinping BRICS summit for first time. No explanation, just vanished. And I said something that really surprised me is how many conservatives clearly hold a lot of animosity towards Jews. I don't understand it really. I really don't. I think those people aren't really conservatives or whatever because I just don't. I think those people are something else, something different, some other thing. Because I don't know. While Xi was gone, something strange happened. A major state council event went forward without him. No mention of Xi Jinping thought. State media coverage of him dropped off a cliff. That's unprecedented in the CCP. Why is it happening? Because Xi has failed, and even the party knows it. The economy is stagnating. Youth unemployment is sky high. Foreign policy has backfired. Tech crackdown was reversed. Tariffs are still looming. Make no mistake, Donald Trump is a huge part of this. And Xi swore to fight to the end. Trump forced a trade deal on him where America's paid 10% tariffs to China, but China pays 55% tariffs to us. You can't lose face like that in Beijing. Now the sharks are circling. The CCP is split between Xi's loyalists, the rising military faction, the return of the Tao Jintao Youth League, the faction humiliated by Xi in 2022. They want him gone. Top General Zhang Yuji may have already been in control of the PLA. It was Xi's job to purge the military, but insiders think Zhang is doing the purging himself. That would be treason in all but name, but Zhang wants back Xi. Now he may be replacing him. The Youth League is resurgence. Hu Chunhu, long sideline, is back on the diplomatic missions. Wang Yang, a reformer and comparatively U.S.-friendly voice, is whispered as the next leader. The old guard wants a handover. Xi isn't playing along. The party is split over how to end this. Wang Yang wants a quiet, negotiated transition. Zhang wants a military-led purge and prosecution. Either way, Xi is the obstacle. And the longer he stays, the more likely this ends badly. Zhang Zhuxi, born in 1950, graduated from PLA Military Academy, Vice Chairman PRC Central Military Commission. Xi promised national rejuvenation. He delivered debt, unemployment, fear. He wanted to intimidate America. He ended up isolating China and maybe losing his grip at home. Cracks are growing wider. Mask is slipping. The end is here. Oh, Joe, foul-mouthed vigor. That's it for me. You have to go to bed. Good night, Jim. Good night, buddy. Whether it's Cloud Seed or IBF, my opinion is that when we start playing God, we're in serious trouble. Yeah, I agree. I concur. We got looks like about 20 tabs left to go. Oh, this is Big Brother action going on here. So Big Brother was watching in California on the 4th of July, and Big Brother was paying attention. California residents who launched fireworks for the 4th of July have tickets coming in the mail thanks to police drones that were taking note. One resident, for example, racked up $100,000 in fines last summer due to illegal fireworks use. If you think you got away with it, you probably didn't, said Sacramento Fire Department Captain Justin Sylvia. What may have been a $1,000 fine for one occurrence last year can now be $30,000 because you lit off so many. Homeowners who weren't even present at the property also have tickets coming in the mail due to social host ordinance. So lame.
But in the city of Riverside, there was another light in the night, keeping watch.
And they were able to capture, many violations.
The Riverside Police Department launched 5 drones over multiple nights looking for illegal firework activity over the holiday weekend, part of a new enforcement plan to catch those taking aim at the sky with illegal fireworks.
We're talking about the very illegal explosive mortars, the ones that are illegal in the state of California. You have to bring these from outside the state or outside the country.
Officer Ryan Railsback is the spokesperson for the department. He says it wasn't hard finding those breaking the law. Video from their drones show this man lighting one, but it set something nearby on fire. Thankfully, they got it out. But Railsback says it highlights the danger.
This is dangerous for them to do. That's why our city has taken this stance and putting a hefty fine attached to it.
The fine for those caught is $1,500. And if you were caught, the letters will be arriving in your mailbox this week.
There's no disputing what you're going to see on the video. The fireworks that were going on were affiliated with your property. It's plain as day on these videos.
So dozens of homeowners can expect to get in the mail what's called an administrative citation. It's not criminal. In fact, it is a fine against the property for using the fireworks, but there is an appeal process.
They have every right to appeal it, but we believe that every citation going out has a very strong video evidence to support it.
So far, 60 property owners have been identified to be receiving the fine, but some say it's not right.
I think it's wrong. If you're going to cite somebody, do it person to person. That's invasion of privacy.
We're in a rightful place in the sky. It's no different than when we have our police helicopter. We have 2 brand new or newer police helicopters that go patrol, and they're looking for things to help support the officers on the ground.
Only time will tell whether the fines are a deterrent or just simply another cost of the celebration. Joy Benedict, KCAL News.
Yeah. So issuing tickets to homeowners without any proof of involvement should be illegal, just like red light cameras. I heard one source claimed that a firework landed in your yard could get you ticketed even if you had nothing to do with it. That's just sad. Yeah. That's pathetic, right? Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. K, I agree. I think what's going to happen is people are going to go to other people's houses that they don't like and just start lighting them there. They, just go over there. You just set them up by someone else's house, light them, and be like, oh, look what they did over there. Get them. It's terrible, right? Shame on you for celebrating this country. What they say. That's the word. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now to the next one. Yeah. Next story. Oh, wait, no, here we go. So we go. Sacramento's drone crackdown shows bureaucrats weaponizing tech to fleece taxpayers. $100,000 fines for fireworks? Absurd. The social host ordinance punishes homeowners for others' actions, proving DC-style overreach isn't confined to the Capitol. Real accountability would audit where these fines actually go. Probably funding more surveillance instead of fixing actual problems. California burns cash harassing citizens while ignoring real crises like wildfires, energy failures. Priorities matter. Yep. Something. Okay. Switching next story. Art of the deal. Trump wants the U.S. to become net exporter of rare earth minerals, and to that end, he made a $400 million investment in MP Materials. Deal isn't even closed, but the taxpayer share of the company is now worth over $1 billion. This is the art of the deal. America will dominate rare earth investment by grants, not by grants, but through investment. The Defense Department will become the largest shareholder in rare earth miner MP Materials after agreeing to buy $400 million of its preferred stock. The government's 50% share of the company is now worth over $1 billion. In the past, the Pentagon would have simply loaned the company money and received zero upside. The Pentagon becomes the largest shareholder in rare earth miner MP Materials. Shares surge 50%. On the flip side, this is the government controlling the means of production. Nope, it's just preferred share equity, no control. Defense Department's $400 million investment in NB Material proves strategic capital deployment beats bureaucratic handouts. Under Trump's leadership, taxpayer dollars aren't wasted on loans with zero accountability. They're leveraged to secure American dominance in rare earths, critical for AI, defense tech, and low energy independence. China controls 85% of the global processing. This deal flips the script by prioritizing domestic supply chains over foreign reliance. MP Mountain Pass Mine isn't just a win for shareholders, it's a blueprint for reclaiming the industrial sovereignty. Past administrations threw cash at problems. Trump's policies demand results. Every dollar invested here weakens Beijing's grip while fueling U.S. innovation. No more outsourcing. America builds, controls, and profits. Breaking. The Pentagon is becoming the largest shareholder in American rare earth mining company. This is one of the biggest moves yet to decouple from China. And it's Trump's administration's masterstroke. Here's what happened and why it matters. Rare earth elements aren't everything. Fighter jets, missiles, drones, EVs, phones, all AI hardware. China controls over 80% of global production. That's a national security disaster, and Trump just took it head on. Look at those planes. Pew, pew, pew. Of course, the real question is how generations of America's leaders let China become dominant. The U.S. has enough rare earth elements to supply 85% of the needs of the whole world. But Jimmy Carter shut down our refining capabilities. The Trump Pentagon is investing billions in MP Materials, a U.S. rare earth firm, to build a second domestic magnet plant by 2028. The DoD will take a 50% stake, becoming MP's largest shareholder. Wall Street is backing it. Stock spiked 54% on the news. The deal includes $400 million in preferred stock, $150 million loan, 10-year purchase guarantees, $140 million minimum revenue floor, $1 billion private financing from J.P. Morgan Goldman. All U.S.-made magnets from the new 10X facility will go to defense and commercial customers inside the U.S. We're talking 10,000 metric tons a year of domestic magnet production. No more begging China. MP will also expand its California site where they mine, refine, and separate rare earths on all U.S. soil. This is the only facility of its kind in the Western Hemisphere. The deal turns into a national strategic asset. Trump is pushing to create rare earth supply chains here in Canada, in Greenland, and in Ukraine. No more Chinese dominance. He's moving fast. MP CEOs. This marks a decisive action by the Trump administration to accelerate American supply chain independence. Yes. Trump confirms U.S.-Ukraine rare earth mineral deal. And here's the story from CNBC. Pentagon to become largest shareholder in rare earth miner MP Materials. Shares surge 50%. Defense Department will buy $400 million. I think we read all this already. we're not going to watch. Defense Department become the largest shareholder. They operate the only operational rare earth mine in the U.S. at Mountain Pass, California, 60 miles outside of Las Vegas. Their source soared. Interior Secretary Doug Burgman said Trump was considering making direct equity investment. MP Materials decided to depend on investment in public sector partnership with speed build out. Okay, cool. I want to be clear, this is not nationalization. We remain a thriving public company. We have a great new partner and the economic largest shareholder, DOD, but we still control our company. We control our destiny. We shareholder driven. U.S. miners are facing a unique threat from Chinese mercantilism. Pentagon investment in MP could serve as a model for similar deals with other U.S. companies. I don't know exactly how I feel about this, though. Government buying into companies and investing, like owning parts of stuff. I don't know. You know? I have to think more about this if it's a problem. Public-private partnership. The Pentagon is buying a newly created class of preferred shares convertible to MP Materials common stock in addition to warrant convertible at $30.03 a share for 10 years that allows the U.S. to buy additional common stock. Exercising the convertible preferred shares in a warrant would leave the Pentagon holding about 50% stake in MP Materials as of July 9th, nearly twice the 8.6 held by Litinsky and 8.27 held by BlackRock fund advisors. They'll build their second mine. Yeah, we read all this stuff, so I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Got this. And then we got this story. Exclusive henchmen behind Brennan's fake Russia collusion assessment are still at the CIA. Why haven't they been fired? What's going on? What's happening? What's the deal? Someone tell us. Exclusive henchmen behind Brennan's fake Russia collusion assessment are still at the CIA. CIA. Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying, Charles. I don't know. It's making me questioning how it could be used in a bad way. I don't think it's. I mean, it's almost similar to isn't it similar to what they did with the auto industry in 2008, 2009, where they did these things where they owned a portion and then they were able to get bought out. They like the companies bought back out, I think, right? Am I wrong? Is that what happened? Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully, Director Ratcliffe's investigation is still ongoing. Analysts who crafted a corrupt intelligence community assessment, ICA, on Russia's meddling in the 2016 presidential election on behalf of disgraced former CIA Director John Brennan remain active at the CIA. A source familiar with the assessment told The Federalist. Multiple other sources familiar with the House Intelligence Committee's investigation into the Russia collusion hoax added that the HPSCI interviewed the several specific people responsible for writing the ICA, and as The Federalist reported earlier this week, that HPSCI staff report established the ICA was significantly worse and significantly more corrupt than conveyed in the memorandum released last week by CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Taken together, then, it seems that there's two possible conclusions. Either Director Ratcliffe's efforts to clean out this agency has hit a snag, or the CIA's director is quietly seeking to hold Brennan's collaborators accountable, just as he's done in the case of Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey, who now reportedly face criminal referrals based on the CIA's investigation into the ICA. Last Tuesday, Ratcliffe released a report summarizing the CIA's probe into the crafting of the ICA. The CIA report detailed numerous problems related to the assessment of Russia's activities in the lead up to the 2016 election. The CIA report, among other things, concluded the ICA should not have attributed high confidence to the conclusion that Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances. The ICA also should not have included the Steele dossier. The CIA's investigation into the ICA exposed damning information related to former CIA Director John Brennan's role producing the bogus report, as well as details implicating then FBI Director James Comey in the Get Trump conspiracy. But as the Federalist reported earlier this week, the CIA report pales in comparison to the real corruption at play, according to the sources familiar with separate HPSC staff. According to the sources, HPSC, under leadership of then Chair Devin Nunes, found the ICA significantly worse and significantly more corrupt than was conveyed in the CIA report. As the Federalist further reported, the staff report also revealed more details related to the ICA's report on Russia's 2016 influence campaign. Now, another source familiar with the HPSCI staff report told the Federalist that the analysts who actually drafted the ICA report for Brennan are still within the CIA. Some may have even been promoted after compiling the faulty report in violation of standard operating procedures. Given the serious flaws exposed last week by the CIA Director Ratcliffe and the ICA on Russia involvement in the 2016 election, significantly more corrupt than the CIA's report revealed, that the analysts that assisted Brennan and his ilk in the Get Trump effort remain at the agency raises grave concerns. Grave concerns. A spokesperson for the CIA did not respond to the Federalist questions regarding what Director Ratcliffe has done or will do to ensure these analysts' faulty, biased tradecraft is not continuing under Trump 2.0. The CIA also did not comment on whether the analysts responsible for the bogus CICA will face disciplinary action or are themselves subject to criminal referral. It seems unlikely, however, that Ratcliffe would be content with outing the big names while leaving the minions in place. In fact, the most obvious explanation for Ratcliffe's failure to release the HPSCI report or to include the extensive details of the corruption from the report in the CIA's analysis is that the investigation is still ongoing. Let's hope so. In the meantime, the CIA director would be wise to keep a close leash on Brennan's boys. This is another story. It says Trump's decision to bomb Iranian nuclear sites has majority approval. A majority of voters believe President Donald Trump made the right call last month in ordering military strikes on Iran. It's nuclear facilities, but most Democrats think otherwise. Full story in the comments. Here's a full story. Strikes on Iran's nuclear facility were surgical enforcement of Trump's red line. No nukes for Tehran. Operational Midnight Hammer obliterated Fordo and Natanz with precision, proving America won't tolerate nuclear brinkmanship. Iran's uranium enrichment violation left no choice but decisive action. This wasn't war, it was strategic deterrence. After years of failed diplomacy, the IAEA confirmed no radiation leaks. An Israeli coordinated response neutralized retaliatory threats. Globalists whine, but real leaders understand. Weakness invites catastrophe. Strength, like Trump's 30 tomahawks and bunker busters, prevents it. Peace only comes when rogue enemies fear consequence. Yeah, I think it was around the bailout, but I think the bailout was they had to take something from the companies. They had to pay the money back. It was like loans. Maybe it was just government loans. Maybe it wasn't like they owned shares. I thought there was some kind of shares they had to give up, or there was some kind of weird thing. That I could swear there was some kind of preferred shares they had. And they could buy them back or sell them back or something. I thought that's what it was. Here's the report. A majority of voters believe President Trump made the right call last month. From Rasmussen, who, nope. Nope, what happened there? I don't think the bunkers were empty. Life indifferent. It's too much of a pain for them to move the stuff that quickly. You got to keep it separated because you got to keep them separated because it'll start to chain react and stuff. So they have to be stored in like special containers and moved and all the stuff. And they had literally like 900 kilograms or something. So that's quite a bit. They can only transport like a couple kilograms in each container. The latest Rasmussen reports, National Telephone and Online Survey finds that 51% of likely U.S. voters approve of Trump's decision to bomb Iran's facilities to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, including 36% who strongly approve, 44% who disapprove, including 30% who strongly disapprove. Please sign up for Rasmussen reports. Okay. What's funny? Did I say something funny? Oh, here's another article from Muse. It says the autopen endorsements, betrayal in the name of Trump. Let us begin with a premise so basic it should not require stating. An endorsement from a president is a deeply personal political act. It's a deliberate extension of political capital, a gesture imbued with consequence and intent. In Donald J. Trump's case, the value of his endorsement is almost talismanic among Republican voters. It elevates, protects, and even determines electoral destiny. But what happens when the gesture is no longer personal? What if the president's name is used? Not an expression of will, but a tool of manipulation. What if those surrounding him use the prestige of that endorsement not to defend his agenda, but to undermine it? Such appears to be the case with the recent spate of endorsements in Texas. On July 25th, a cascade of letters bearing Donald Trump's complete and total endorsement arrived in inboxes of dozens of Texas state legislatures. These were not ordinary legislators. They were, in many cases, enemies of the president's America First agenda. Representatives who totally openly opposed Trump's closest allies voted to impeach Attorney General Ken Paxton, a longtime Trump supporter and ally. These lawmakers had, in most cases, colluded with Democrats to elect a House Speaker hostile to the conservative grassroots. And yet, here they are, clutching letters bearing Trump's name in what purported to be his enthusiastic blessing. A close examination reveals something troubling. These endorsements do not appear on the familiar digital soil of Trump's Truth Social or X accounts. They do not carry the familiar weight of a press release from Trump himself, as so many of his previous endorsements had. Instead, they arrived by email, delivered by John George, a special assistant to the president and Southeast Regional Political Director for White House Office of Political Affairs, from an address tied to teamdjt.com. The stationery was not Trump campaign or presidential letterhead, but stationery of Never Surrender Incorporated, a political action committee. Even the signature was odd, identical across all letters. It appeared to be a copied image of an autopen generated signature, itself a mechanized substitute for presidential intent. And rather than produce fresh autopen versions, the team behind the operation appears to have photocopied the same one across every letter, not just automated, but lazy. This demands explanation. The letters were all dated June 20th, 2025, yet they were only delivered on July 9th. What explains the 19-day delay, 2 days before the date appearing at the top of each endorsement? The Republican Party of Texas issued a formal resolution titled Resolution Calling for Withholding of Endorsements Until the Censure Process is Complete. The resolution made explicit references to Trump's credibility and to the fact that certain Texas legislators were facing censure under Party Rule 44. The rule allows for party to disqualify Republican lawmakers from appearing on future primary ballots if they betray the party's platform. In other words, the Texas GOP was actively trying to expel the very people that Trump or someone using his name would soon endorse. The resolution cited Trump's past undefeated record endorsing America First candidates in 2024 primaries. Texas lawmakers used the censure process concluded on November 8th, 2025. Hold on. The resolution cited Trump's past undefeated record endorsing America First candidates in the 2024 primaries and begged the president not to endorse any current Texas lawmakers until the censure process concluded on November 8th, 2025. This was not subtle. Texas Republican leadership clearly believed that the president was unaware of what his operatives were doing. They had reason to believe it. On June 23rd, just days after the letters were written but withheld, I wrote an op-ed titled, Why are Matt Brassu and Steve Munistedi betraying President Trump and Texas Republicans? At the time, sources within the Texas GOP believed these endorsements would be halted precisely because they pressured Trump, when properly informed, would not authorize such support. They were wrong, or more accurately, they were circumvented. Instead of a clean withdrawal of support, endorsements were quietly distributed weeks later by George using an infrastructure of a political committee and not the president's own platform. This is where the architecture of betrayal becomes visible. John George, though technically a White House staffer, was coordinating with Never Surrender, a political action committee, to execute campaign endorsements. He used his campaign domain, his taxpayer-funded title, and a political access to do what should be strictly prohibited: merge official executive duty with overt partisan political action. Yes, SB Farmer, I'm still here. We're going a little bit longer, probably maybe another half hour to an hour. This is not a gray area. It's a flagrant violation of the Hatch Act. Definitely. Want a hatch? The Hatch Act prohibits executive branch employees from engaging in partisan politics activity while acting on their official capacities. By using the White House credentials and political authority to coordinate with the PAC, George has done more than blur a line. He has obliterated. There is no plausible deniability here. His position as special assistant to the president gives him daily proximity to the White House, while his actions betray a willingness to politicize the access for the benefit of establishment Republicans actively working against MAGA agenda. And this raises more serious concerns. What did Trump actually authorize? Trump is a man of legendary loyalty. His vindication of Ken Paxton, his war against disloyal of Republicans, and his long record of confronting the GOP establishment are not superfluous performances. They are expressions of core political instinct. Does it seem likely that the same man who endorsed true American first warriors in Texas would suddenly turn around and bless their enemies? I submit it does not. What seems far more plausible is that these so-called endorsements were engineered by the very people Trump sought to be able to trust. George, along with Matt, Deputy Assistant to President and Director of Political Strategy and Outreach, appears to have orchestrated the rollout of these endorsements in a manner that bypassed both transparency and accountability. The scheme devalues the president's endorsement, undermines his brand, and misleads Texas voters into believing that Trump is unaware or worse, has abandoned his own allies. It's precisely the sort of betrayal carried out of the bureaucratic shadows that has long bedeviled conservative reformers. PACs are useful tools. They'll never surrender ink. Trump can fund races, build alliances, and project power into key races, but those who operate its machinery must be loyal to the mission. If the money is used to reward enemies and punish allies, the entire mechanism becomes a parody of itself. This is not merely theoretical. The endorsements may serve as a blueprint for 2026. Never Surrender Inc. is already preparing to pour millions into House and Senate races, not to mention gubernatorial contests. The risk is not that Trump will lose power, but that the people claiming to serve him will use that power to perpetuate a uniparty establishment that has spent a decade fighting. Let's not forget, Matt Bresson and John George are not elected. They are political operatives. However competent, they are not immune from scrutiny. If they misled the president, they should be removed. If they acted without his knowledge, they should be explained to grassroots why never Trumpers now wear MAGA endorsements like camouflage. For the sake of transparency and integrity of Trump's political brand and for the future of the Republican Party, this matter cannot be allowed to fade. Trump should be told clearly and directly that John George's coordination with Political Action Committee serving as a government official is both legally and morally indefensible. Good night, Steve. Trump's endorsements means something. They should never be automated. They should be weaponized. They should never be weaponized against the movement. I agree. Oh, that's a good story here. The DOJ just withdrew the nomination of Admiral Michael Donnelly for Vice Admiral and Commander of the 7th Fleet after discovering he permitted drag shows on board USS Ronald Reagan. Yeah, pouring on the name alter ego Harpy Daniels. Yeah. Good. The wokeness of military better. Yes. Good catch. Pentagon opposed promotion of Admiral who allowed drag shows after Federalist inquiry. Defense Department is pulling the recommendation of Rear Admiral Michael Donnelly's promotion 1 week after the DoD refused to answer the Federalist inquiries as to the Daily Wire first reported. Pete Hegseth has chosen to withdraw Admiral Donnelly's nomination. The Secretary is thankful for his continued service and wishes him luck in his next position. The department will open up nominations for 7th Fleet Commander. Donnelly gained infamy for allowing drag shows aboard his ship USS Ronald Reagan during Trump's first term. The Federalists reached out to the White House to ask why Donnelly was being promoted despite his apparent opposition to Trump's vision for the military, but did not receive a response. On reaching out to the Secretary of Defense office with the same question, the Federalists referred to Navy Public Affairs, which did not respond. On a campaign trail, Trump promised to fire woke generals and admirals, rid the military of woke elements, and make the armed forces strong again. He featured a video of spliced clips of Full Metal Jacket alongside Admiral Rachel Levine and Navy drag queen Harpy Daniels to illustrate the strength and military under Trump versus woke under Biden. Harpy Daniels, an openly non-binary sailor who drag performs, her real name is Joshua Kelly, was crowned a Navy Digital Ambassador in 2022. In 2017 and 2018, he performed drag for morale, welfare, and recreation departments events on board the aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan. Donnelly was the ship's captain at the time. Donnelly previously commanded Strike Fighter Combined 154, the U.S. Denver, U.S. Ronald Reagan, Carrier Strike Group 5, U.S. Naval Forces Korea. He's currently the head chief of Naval Operations, Air Warfare Directorate. Promoted to 7th Fleet Commander, he would have commanded up to 70 ships, 150 aircraft, and more than 27,000 sailors, the largest overseas force in the Navy. I'm glad he didn't get promoted. Oh, SB Farmer says, at FB, not Elliot Ness, leave. Okay. Okay, maybe. Since his appointment, Higgs has made good on Trump's promise of letting the president's ban on recruiting trans, identifying individuals, and working to remove them from the military. Good. We're getting close, folks. We're getting close. I'm down to the last 1, 2, 3. Okay. Supreme Court rejects shielding identities of police attending January 6th Capitol rally. Keep in mind, the left wants to unmask active ICE agents and mask Capitol Police identities involved in the biggest attack on Pearl Harbor. So yeah, Supreme Court rejects shielding identities of police attending January 6th Capitol rally. The Supreme Court on July 8th declined a second request to shield the identities of police officers fighting a public records request seeking information about their attendance at the January 6th rally Four unidentified current and former Seattle law enforcement officers said they were investigating and cleared of wrongdoing in connection with their attendance at the rally, which was following a security breach at the U.S. Capitol. The officers argued that even though they have been cleared of any accusation of wrongdoing, Seattle officials have tarnished their reputations. Oh, I didn't. Oops. My bad. Including the officers' names in the court record would compound the problem by infringing upon their First Amendment rights and chilling their ability to express political opinions, they said. The Washington State Supreme Court ruled in February that the Seattle officers do not have a right to remain anonymous in public. Seattle officials have claimed that the rally was for fascists and white supremacists and attempted to paint guilt by association, wondering aloud on what purpose these officers' attendance at the rallies obviously insinuating they were tied to right-wing extremists. The officers stated in their previous application that the U.S. Supreme Court rejected on June 4th. Acting alone on July 8th, Justice Elena King had denied the newer emergency application brought in the case known as John Doe's 12345 versus Seattle Police Department. Kagan did not explain why she rejected the application. Governor Tim Walz, on to the next story. Governor Tim Walz is continuing to express outrage this week over snap cuts in Minnesota. It's worth noting that the $430,000 he spent on prep for his recent testimony would have paid for roughly 86,000 such meals for Minnesota citizens instead of law firms and advisors. I criticize politicians like Boston Mayor Michelle Wu for spending similar amounts to prep for hearings. Officials should be able to answer questions on their record without spending lavishly on close-ups like pampered, publicly funded Norma Desmond's. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. By the way, the figure is based on one estimate of SNAP meals costing roughly $5 a day for Minnesota residents. If accurate, that actually is 3 meals or a total of 258,000 individualized meals. Walz insisted that it's not where I wanted to spend my money, but that makes it sound involuntary. He's already had a huge staff and counsel to help him prep. However, he decided to spend almost $500,000 on public funds to prep him for a national exposure. Governor Walz's outrage over the snap cuts rings hollow when his administration burns $430,000 on legal theatrics instead of defeating the Minnesotans. The proposed federal snap changes would force Minnesota to absorb $220 million annually, a drop in the bucket compared to DC's $1.1 billion annual snap spending in the state. But here's the kicker: the bureaucrats prioritize self-preservation over real solutions, prepping testimony with high-priced lawyers while families face food insecurity. Classic DC math: protect political image, not people. If Walz truly cared about economic stimulus, he'd audit the waste instead of virtue signaling about cuts. He helped enable through his reckless state budgeting. Numbers don't lie. They don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Okay. And then this is back to Judge Breyer, the one in that was ruling over the case in California about the National Guard and stuff. So Judge Breyer is apparently getting antsy to hold the Trump administration has violated the Posse Comitatus Act. The scheduling order. The parties, July 3rd, stipulated set a briefing schedule on discovery disputes and plaintiffs pending motions for a preliminary injunction under which supplemental briefing on the motion will conclude on August 6th. Pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedures, the court will advance the trial on the merits and consolidate with the preliminary injunction hearing, which the court set for August 11th and 13th. The court will not entertain requests for or stipulations for extensions of time. So he doesn't want any stipulations for extension of time, and he doesn't realize he's stepping all over his own D. And then there's this news, county, local news. Did Trump break the law with troops in LA, the military deployment, legality, Los Angeles legal battles, Posse Comitatus, implications for 2025. And then Democracy Doc, it says, federal judge sets trial over Trump's use of military in Los Angeles. Federal judge set a 3-day trial in August to determine that President Donald Trump's ongoing use of California National Guard and Marines in Los Angeles was violates federal law. The non-jury bench trial set by Judge Charles Breyer, brother of Stephen Breyer, former Supreme Court Justice, will run August 11th through 13th and will address whether Trump's use of military in the second largest city has violated the Posse Comitatus Act. The act criminalizes the use of armed forces Just as it's outlawed. Though Trump officials said the troops were sent to protect federal property personnel, troops have been used to assist the drug enforcement agencies' routine counter-drug operations hundreds of miles away from the city. Such arrangements had blurred the line between military and civilian authority and get the military close to direct law enforcement, which invocation of the Insurrection Act. Without invocation of the Insurrection Act, one of the president's most powerful emergency authorities that temporarily suspends posse comitatus. Last month, Trump cited an obscure, archaic federal statute to mobilize at least 300 California National Guard. It's not obscure. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not obscure. It's the same law. It's an Insurrection Act. It's just a different level of it. Alongside, it's Title 10. The rarely used statute allows the president to mobilize guard when the country faces foreign invasion or rebellion when the president's unable to execute laws with regular forces. Trump claimed the process of ICE amounted to rebellion. California sued and lost. The appeals court stayed Breyer's order. It's not allowed to keep Trump to keep the troops. Fighting conditions in Los Angeles were sufficient for the use of the statute that Trump lawfully exercises authority. California authorized Breyer for a court order blocking the troops from being used in immigration raids or other law enforcement operations. Breyer, an appointee of President Bill Clinton and brother of former Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, has also been hesitant to make determination on potential defiance of posse comitatus. The judge told the plaintiffs last month that he didn't want to speculate about what the government might do or whether rather just a real violation. Upcoming trial set to be in August. Okay, we're down to the last two stories. This one's an article from Amuse. Tom Tillis signals green light for Trump's sharpest judicial nominee, Emil Bove. Emil Bove is not a household name. If anyone's joining late or just got here or whatever, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Please leave a comment in the comment section of the video. It helps with the algorithm. And I'm, like I said, 2 more articles to go, probably about 10 minutes left. Emil Bove is not a household name, but he should be. In an age when federal courts are treated as ideological fortresses rather than institutions of law, Bove represents something refreshing, rare, a jurist defined not by partisan allegiance or performative posturing, but by deep, coherent, and practiced understanding of law as an instrument of ordered liberty. That he is President Trump's nominee for the Third Circuit Court of Appeals should invite serious reflection, not reflexive opposition. The argument for his confirmation is not merely strong, it's imperative. Beginning with his resume, as we must, Emil Bove graduated summa cum laude from the University of Albany with a 4.0 GPA while captaining the men's lacrosse team, earning a Scholar Athlete of the Year honors. At Georgetown Law, he served as editor-in-chief of the Annual Review Criminal Procedure, an appointment reserved for only those who combine intellectual rigor with those respect for their peers. Following this, he clerked for Judges Richard Sullivan and Richard Wesley, both regarded as judicial craftsmen of the highest order. But resumes, while helpful, are not dispositive. What matters more is how a man uses his opportunities given to him. Bove did not merely accumulate credentials, he deployed them. As a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, he served as co-chief of the National Security and International Narcotics Unit, where he led the prosecution of major international threats, including Hezbollah-linked terror plots and high-stakes narco-trafficking cases. He did not seek headlines, he sought convictions. He did not confuse righteousness with attention. That alone would distinguish him from many seeking the bench. Yet Bove's service extends beyond prosecution. He returned to private practice to defend clients, including President Trump, a task requiring both intellectual dexterity and moral steadiness amid intense public scrutiny. And now, as a principal associate deputy attorney general, Bove has worked at the highest levels of federal law enforcement. It's in this role that he drew attention for allegedly endorsing aggressive implementation of Trump-era deportation policies and for moving to dismiss federal corruption charges against New York City Mayor Merrick Adams. These decisions have sparked controversy. That's precisely why they matter. The allegation that Bove supported executing lawful deportations even while they conflicted with lower court rulings does not suggest recklessness. It suggests fidelity to the constitutional structure. The executive branch is not subordinate to the judiciary, nor is it an appendage of partisan consensus. When courts exceed their authority, the executive has not only the right but the duty to resist. This view is not radical. It's rooted in Hamiltonian constitutionalism, in which each branch checks the other through its own assertion of authority. Likewise, Bove's dismissal of Eric Adams' corruption case through politically explosive, was a legal necessity. Multiple press accounts confirmed that Bove made the decision after reviewing the evidentiary record and concluding correctly that facts did not support federal prosecution. Critics have not shown the facts warranted indictment, only that they disliked the outcome. That's not the law, that's politics. And Bove, to his credit, declined to confuse them both. To understand the stakes of Bove's nomination, one must also understand that the man may just have cleared the path for it. Tom Tillis, the North Carolina Republican who recently announced he would not seek re-election, has emerged as a swing vote on the Senate Judiciary Committee. His opposition helped sink Ed Martin's nomination for U.S. Attorney in D.C., but in Bove's case, Tillis has signaled he will vote yes. That vote all but ensures Bove will advance on the committee. The signal is yet sends a profound, yet even the signal it sends is profound. Even those wary of Trumpian excess recognize Bove as a nominee of unusual merit. Why does that matter? Because the judiciary, particularly the appellate bench, is where legal theory becomes governance. Third Circuit, which hears cases from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and Virgin Islands, is a critical venue for disputes over federal authority, executive power, and the boundaries of the administrative law. To appoint a judge who has both prosecuted terrorists and defended constitutional norms to place a jurist on the bench who will not be overwrought with complexity, political pressure, or bureaucratic inertia. Indeed, it's Bove's dual experience as both a prosecutor and defense attorney that most recommends him. Unlike many on the federal bench who have never tried a case, Bove knows the courtroom from every angle. He knows how facts are found, how juries are persuaded, and how legal principles are translated into action. That is not academic speculation. That is the very thing Hamilton envisioned when he wrote the Federalist number 78, that judges must possess both integrity and ability, not simply ideological compatibility. Critics have raised concerns that Bove would be an enabler of Trump's agenda, but this is a categorical mistake. Judges are not enablers or blockers, they are adjudicators. If Bove's record shows anything, it's that he follows the law even when it cuts against the preferred outcome. He dismissed a case against a Democrat mayor and endorsed removal proceedings against unlawful migrants. These are not partisan actions, they are constitutional ones. More revealing than the criticisms is the silence surrounding Bove's actual jurisprudential outlook. That silence stems from the fact that Bove is not an ex-commentator or a cable pundit. He's not dabbling in ideological theatrics. He is, to borrow a phrase from John Ammons, a man who acts for posterity. He has written little in the way of political opinion, which itself is a virtue for a judicial nominee. He is not auditioning for ideological sainthood, but in a role that demands direction, steadiness, and clarity. His temperament reflects his ideals. Colleagues describe him as incisive but respectful, confident but not self-satisfied. These qualities, rare enough in ordinary life, are indispensable on collegial appellate bench. A judge who listens, who reasons, and who decides based on the law rather than loyalty is not a luxury, he is a necessity. To oppose such a nominee on the grounds that he once advised Trump is to invert the standard entirely. Loyalty to the Constitution shouldn't count more than a company one's keep. And if advising the sitting president of the United States disqualifies a lawyer from judicial service, then we have entered a dangerous new phase of professional McCarthyism. Emil Bove deserves confirmation not because he is ideologically pure, but because he is politically convenient. Not because he is politically convenient, but because he represents the best of the legal tradition. Intellectually serious, morally steady, and constitutionally grounded. The fact that Senator Tillis appears ready to vote yes is not a betrayal of moderation, it's an endorsement of merit. If the Senate confirms Bove, it will not merely fill a vacancy, it will affirm a principle. The principle is judicial nominees are not about tribal identity, they're about capacity and character. On those grounds, Bove stands above all. And this is the final story of the evening. Final story. Here we go. Democracy docket. The DOJ is demanding access to Minnesota's voter rolls and state information on voter registration, voter roll maintenance practices, and state security measures. Dun, 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 dun. DOJ is swooping in to Minnesota voter rolls under the guise of HAVA having oversight, reeks of voter suppression. Minnesota elections are a fortress of fairness. Instead of auditing others, maybe the DOJ should clean up its own house. Minnesota's spotless record shows its lagging power grab. Having HAVA as a banner doesn't mass suppression, lurking in routine data demands. Minnesota voters cast ballots with pride, not under resistance. Let's not go off that overreach for what it is. It's just the best gift system overall collective action. You guys could tell the guy was crying, right? That guy was crying. But I'm sure this Democracy Docket article is going to be just as tear-filled. U.S. Department of Justice demanding access to Minnesota's voter rolls as well as proof of the state's compliance with the Help America Vote Act, according to a letter obtained by Democracy Docket. The DOJ sent out a similar letter to Pennsylvania inquiring about the state's HAVA compliance, which was obtained by VoteBeat. The Democracy Docket reviewed the letter sent by the department to a third state, which declined to be named. How does a state decline to be named? Minnesota's letter sent to the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, asked the state to provide information on HAVA-related questions involving voter registration, voter roll maintenance procedures and the state security measures. Maureen Reardon, acting chief of DOJ's voting section, requested a response by Simon's office within 30 days. A spokesman for Simon's office told the Department of Democracy docket that they have not yet provided a response. At least 2 of the questions posed in the Minnesota letter are not related to HAVA requirements. One question asked Simon's office to describe how non-citizens are identified and removed from the state's voter rolls. The other question asked Simon's office to send DOJ Minnesota's current statewide voter registration list, including both active and inactive voters. Reardon's previous employer, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, filed a lawsuit last year to gain access to Minnesota's voter rolls. Minnesota is one of 6 states that are exempt from National Voter Registration Act public disclosure provision that requires states to allow public inspection of voter rolls. What? How are they exempt? Minnesota is exempt from the National Voter Registration Act's public disclosure provision. So Reardon is no longer with PLF. The litigation is ongoing in the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. How is Minnesota and how are 6 states exempt from providing that information? In May, DOJ sent a letter to Arizona accusing election officials of not properly verifying voter identities. Well, they know they didn't because they admitted it. A formal warning to Wisconsin election boards accusing it of violating HAVA, providing voters with required complaint processes. Yeah, so that's it. So just crybaby stuff. Well, I want to thank everybody. It was 4 hours tonight. That's what we did. We did 4 hours. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for being a friend. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button. Please remember that Jim's here to tell you the news, and I'm going to tell you the news whether you like it or not pretty much every night. But depending on how much participation the chat gives is how long I'll tell you the news. If there's no participation, it'll be a very short show. If there's lots of participation, there will be a long show. But I want to thank you all. Thank you for all the people who donated money, all the 22 people who donated money. And I'll see you Friday night. Probably, I don't know, maybe 9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock Friday night. We'll see. Probably 10 o'clock Friday night. Anyway, thanks. Have a good night. Thanks for letting Jim tell you the news.